Hello boys, I'm back. Hello Tony. Hello everyone. I'm back. So the good news is that I understood how the camera is actually moving and why it's moving. So basically in the uh, in the character creation we are using a different pawn, meaning a different character, which is actually called dummy character. And this dummy character, which is this one, Damicha, and this one actually has inside his blueprint, which is what I was not finding anywhere else, the camera settings, okay, and the camera movement. And this is interesting because I was not fully aware of that, so I think it's good to know that depending on the character you are attached, you can have a different setting for the camera, but also a different setting for the inputs, right? So you can move your mouse, keyboards, and shortcuts and everything else in a different way. Now, for us, this will be interesting, for example, when we are using mounts or when we are possessing a different object or character. So that would be interesting because we will, sorry, we are going to use we are going to use the input of that particular character. Okay? Hello, Tua. So, um, so based on this, I got the camera. I got the camera here. Now I was just testing a few things, but I got the camera and I just teleported the camera. And actually, as you can see, we are like in the middle of nowhere, like here in the middle, right? But you can see that actually the camera moved. Also, if I rotate, it's still moving. So two things we need to do. We need to hide the old UI temporarily, right? And we need to ensure that the camera now is moving at the right location because the camera does not have an absolute position. The reason is that the camera is always connected to the character, right? So if this guy is your character, right? He has a camera behind him. Now I don't know how to do a camera, but anyway, let's assume that this is the camera. Right? Okay, this is the camera. So the camera has a position which is relative to the character position. So let's say that there is the center of your character, there is the center of the camera, and so there is the vector that is saying where the camera is positioned compared to your character, right? Because it's a component part of this character. Right? That's the reason. If we spawn the camera which is outside of the component, then outside of the character, then it would be its own actor. But in this case, the camera is a component of our actor. So what we need to do, we need to move it relative to the location of our character. Right? And so the position that I placed here definitely is not good because this position is, apart from the fact that he has a 1 million decimal values, but is not good because it does not have a relative position. So this is an absolute position. This is the absolute position where we want the camera to be, right? So should be fairly easy to do. What we need to do, we need to get the position of the actor at that point. Or the position of the camera at that point. Let me think about it 1 second. So if we get the position of the character in absolute coordinate, and we subtract the target position in absolute coordinates, we are getting the shift needed, which then we can add on top of the current camera location. Or should I just set it directly to the camera as the new relative position? So the character has a certain distance from the center of the world, okay, and the center of the world is here, right? Let's assume that is here. Has a certain distance, right? So this distance I can get easily, and then I have to figure out the new position where I want the camera to be. The problem is that the camera will always have this vector as a distance between the two, right? So I think I need to have the new position where I want the camera to be. Oops. I need to have the new position where I want the camera to be and the actor to be. So the actor will be here, the camera will be an offset to the actor. So I need to get this position, which will become this position, and then add on top this vector, which is the distance between the character and the camera, right? So basically I have to subtract this. So I get so let's say that I get this point, which I have. I subtract it to the one where my character is, and I get the translation between here and here, right? I get this. So if I apply it to my camera, though, it will not really fully work because there will still be this distance. Because if I apply this, well, let's say we stay the same, but it will not go here. So my camera will go like here, right? So if I want to bring it back to here, then, okay, so then probably the best is to have my actor location plus the camera vector, and then compare it to this point, okay? And so, yeah, let's try. I don't know, I'm getting a bit confused by the vectors, but I think that is what I should do. So I take so this graph is a bit of a mess, but because I did some prints. So I need, because at the end I move in a relative location, so I'm not moving in an absolute location, I'm moving to a relative location. So I need a vector. Right? And the vector is this one. That is the only thing that we know. That we want to position our object there. That is the only thing that we know for sure. Please. Okay. That is the only thing that we know. So we will see. We will get the position. So time we get relative location. So this is the relative location. This is the vector, which is the relative location between the character and the camera. Then I want to get also his position. So get actor location, right? So there is the location of my character. So if I do this one plus this one, I will get, so if I do this one plus this one, I'm getting the absolute location of my camera, right? The absolute position in world coordinate of my camera. Now if I do, so which is, let's say, this point here, if I do this vector minus this vector minus this vector, I'm getting the distance between this position and the position that I want, right? This position, the position that I want. Now if I move, between there and there. Now if I set the relative location of my camera, so with the move component, right? If I do move component and I move it by this amount, and I do minus 180 because I want it to be rotated, so what happens? My component will be moved to a distance which is this distance, compared to the character. I don't think it will work though, because in theory I need to move my character here and then I have my relative position from in. I don't know, I'm not sure. Okay, let's try this way, but I'm not sure it will work like this. I'm not really convinced. Let me also do some other stuff. So I want to hide the background. So I want to hide the character creation screen, right? The previous one, so we remove it from view. The question is this one? Yes, the one in which we are. So this one, I think we can do set visibility collapsed. So this widget will actually disappear temporarily. It's still valid, it still has all its values and everything, it's just that it's not in view at the moment. And then we do this thing, yes. So we add to the viewport. I need a bit more space, but I think it's fine. We add to the viewport the other widget. We do this printout just for the traits, it's fine. Then here we get, I don't think we need to do this. I don't think we need to teleport anyone anywhere, so I think it's fine. Okay, let's try like this and see what happens. I'm just not fully convinced that it is the right thing, but we will see. So now I'm launching the server and the client, and we will see if the camera is moved in the right position. While it's loading, maybe one thing I can do, I can get the screenshot that it was made by Zwei, and I can get it for the other part I want to do, which is the zodiacs. Yes, I think it's fine. I think this one is fine. I will save it as. I will save it. I'm just saving the other thing. Let's go in PS Unreal content. Should be under texture somewhere else. Materials. I don't like too much the distinction, but yeah, I think we can put it here temporarily. Zodiac space. Meanwhile, we are waiting that it loads in. And we can import it as a U asset. So now we should have under textures there's a zodiac space, yes, and this one is the one that we can use to put the zodiacs on. What is doing? Can I connect? Streaming levels, streaming levels, streaming levels. Okay. I think the fact that we have 1 million levels in is not helping me. I could delete all the levels except the podium, the persistent level. Yeah, I think the podium and the persistent level, I think I can do that. Okay, so here we are in the podium level, right? So I do create new character. I get anything. And then I click on next. When I click on next, okay, so the UI went away now. I don't know where I am actually. I think I'm not too far. As you can see, the place where we want to be is here. The place where we want to be. First of all, I did a big mistake. I made minus 180 on the X. I should have done minus 180 on the Z. Yes, that's for sure. In fact, I don't know why I did it on X, but I have to do it on the Z. But I still think that is not proper, like I was thinking. So I think I'm moving the camera. So now what I did, I got this vector plus this vector, which in theory should bring me here in terms of absolute coordinates, right? But I think I can do it different. I can get this vector minus this vector and then add on top this one that I already have. Yeah, probably is easier. So if I do, if I get the dummy character position, and I do this one minus this one, right? I'm gonna get the distance that I want this to be moved. Yes, then I move my camera by that, and then I move my camera by that, but I need to add on top of this one the relative of the camera, otherwise I don't think it will work. The relative of the camera, so this one will be the target transformation. I don't know, guys. Let me see if I can delete the other map so it just loads quicker, because at the moment we are waiting a lot of time because the server is loading 1 million maps and we don't need any of those maps. So let me see what we can delete. We can delete for sure all of those, right? So let's temporarily delete them. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, all of that. So we need to keep the podium map. I think we just need to keep the podium map because the main persistent level is actually inside this other map called Iliacon. Yeah, so we can delete everything except the podium map. We are golden. We are fine. So now the server will load much quicker. So for our test is better. I have to go on the scripts. So you will see now that it will load pretty quick. So meanwhile, while it's loading, what we can do is to create a material for this blend space, for this zodiac space. Yes. And this material, which we will save, this material will be the one that we will use at the background as a background of our new UI, because we need to create a new UI which will be used for the zodiacs. I think I can create a completely new widget. So I think I will do UI blueprint widget, and I will call it chart creation zodiacs. And this one will have an image at the bottom which will take the full size, and it will have associated our zodiac space. Yes, the problem is that okay, we'll fix it later. Let's see if it loaded up. Yes, it loaded up. I need to change to material domain user interface, otherwise this one will never work. Yes, no transparent, so we can keep the opaque. Okay, so you see that now our UI is showing the background. By the way, I think we can use this same background also for our other creation. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I create a new character and I click on next. We are definitely not in the right place. Let me see where the hell we are. Oh, okay. What the? Why I cannot move normally? The camera is kind of fucked up. So this is the place where I should be. I cannot move the camera normally. I don't know. It's like messing up a lot. But come on. But that's the place where I should be. Yeah. That's the place where I should be. While this rotation made it very weird. Can we remove the rotation 1 second and see what happens? Because I think that this rotation is making things harder. Let's keep the rotation. Because I left the 190. So I was still upside down for some reason. But I think it's not working. It's not working anyway, even like this. Well, then we have another problem, which is the fact that my camera. I think I should set a mode on my dummy chart, which is telling me where I am, if I am in one place or the other. I think I can set it. I can have a variable in my dummy character which is telling me the current step of creation. So let's say is chart selection, and then I can have another one which is live choices, right? Both will be false as a default, and well, actually character selection, well, because I can go back to it. Yeah, I don't think I need the first one. I don't think I need I don't need this one actually. I just need its live choices. So I can check when I do this thing, which is this mouse rotation. I can do a check if I'm in the previous screen, then it's fine. I can have all of that. I can have all of this. right? If I'm in the previous screen. So here I should do something like, also the right mouse button should work differently. Yes. So if light choices is false, because this is why the camera, I cannot move the camera properly, because it's just messing up with everything. So if light choices is false, let me just check where it was going. It was going here. Okay. So if light choices is false, it will work exactly as it works now. And this will be the same for the lookup, and it will be the same for the turn. It will be the same for everything. So this one is going also in the enter. Okay. So if it's false, we just go here. Right, so we have the lookup and the turn, which are working as before. I think we can do it also for the right mouse button, but for now we will not use it. If it's true, I think if it's true, will simply be the add controller pitch input, right? I mean, this will be like is the normal view. Where the value is the axis value. And I think, yeah, the jaw is the vertical. The jaw is the vertical one, so it should be fine. Okay, so like this, we should at least look around and turn normally when we are in the live choice. Now we have to set this variable somewhere, obviously. So I can set it in my dummy character. I can set it here. So before doing this mess, I will clean up this thing. But here, basically, we take our dummy character and we say that we set his live choice to true. Okay, so we tell him that from this point on, live choice is enabled. So we are in the other rotation mode. Okay, I think it's fine. Anyway, the position I think is bad. The position is not working. So let me try to do something different. If I just move, and I understand I'm just trying a bit randomly, but let me just try to put here just the distance between the two vectors and see how it works, because the camera anyway is very, very close to our character, so should not be too bad of a position. You got this. I don't know if I got it. Hello Maui, how are you? Hello Sway. I don't know, vectors sometimes are confusing. In theory, as a programmer, you need to know so much stuff that. So I click on next. So the rotation didn't actually work. But at least now I'm rotating without moving from the position, which is what I wanted. But is this level? By the way, why the perspective is so weird? So what I wanted to move is here, so I'm not too far from it. So I basically took, so I moved here. So the camera was moved in this, roughly in this position, right? The camera was moved roughly in this position. So it started from here, which is where we were. Actually here, because the camera originally is here, right? The camera is originally is here. Then it takes the position of that character. Yes, the problem is that the camera is at the opposite side of the character. So when I'm rotating it, I'm going behind them. So it's basically like if I'm doing like this, I'm going behind them. I'm going behind them, and then I'm translating by the amount that we wanted to translate. So most likely we're gonna end up, yes, like here, like we were. I think we were like here or something like that. We were like in this position, but we were looking at the sky. So let me. I think we need to go step by step. Otherwise, I'm not understanding what is the issue. By the way, the life choice should be initialized, but we can keep it on screen for now. Let me remove the rotation for a second, because I think that for the rotation we need to do something different. We need to translate. Can I get another camera and fuck it, and maybe it's easier? Instead of using the same camera, which is relative to the position of the character, rotated in a very complex way, can I get just another camera and we just say that I set the temporary camera of my character to that? Is that possible? I think that would be much easier. Camera, can I set get player camera manager? Can I set the camera? Get distance from camera. Get player camera manager. It is the player camera manager for the specified player index. Okay. Let's assume that I have this guy. So then how can I assign get camera rotation, remove camera, set camera, no, set game camera, cat frame, play camera, name, stop animation, stop animation, set manual camera fade, start cameras, play camera, stop camera, add camera modifier. I need a set client simulating, set default aspect, set default. I just need no. I just need to set the current camera to an object, Set camera. Set the variable of camera. PS character blueprint. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in a PS character blueprint at the moment, but we can check what is set camera. There is also this one. Huh? Set camera. Set camera. Okay. Okay. Where am I? I don't know where am I. Okay, now I know where am I. So if I create a new camera, okay, so let's just create a new separate camera, and I think it would be easier instead of trying to do all these weird translations and rotations and GGation. So I just take this camera, I move it up, I have to rotate it 180 degrees. and I need to put it somewhere here, right? And I will call it live choice camera. Live choice camera. Now, the question is in which level it should reside. I think it can stay in the persistent level, or it can stay in the podium map. To me, it's exactly the same. But I think we decided that the character. Let me unload this for a second. The character. No. What is that? Didn't we say that the character was loaded in the persistent level? Yeah, the character and the camera in the persistent level. So let's do the same. Okay. So if I make this one current and I move my camera, I take the new camera that I created, this live choice camera, and I move it. So move selected actors to level. Okay. So now my live choice camera is in the persistent level. In fact, if I hide this, I will not see anything, but I will see my camera down there. Okay, you see, it's still easy. So why I want it in the persistent level? Because the persistent level is always loaded, so it's easier for me to switch, to that camera when I need it. And if we really want to save performances or something, we can destroy this camera later on. So let me do something. This camera, we will give it a tag, right? Because I think we are using tags. The same way we have a tag on no, we don't have a tag on this, but it's okay. I think we can use so can I do get actor by name? No, too easy. Would be get actor by tag. Okay, no, I can do get component by tag. No, I want all actors. Get all actors with tag. Yes, exactly. Can I get all actors by name? No. Okay. For some reason, by name it doesn't like it. Get all actors by tag, but it's okay. It's okay. Get all actors by tag. No, sorry. Get all actors of class by tag. Get all actors class tag. Get all actors of class by tag. Yes, this is the one I want. Okay. So we will search our camera. We will search our camera. The camera will have live choice, and it will be of type camera. I think it's camera actor. Yes. Okay. So we need to set live choice as a tag. Tag. So we have component tags, actor tags. I want actor tags. Okay. So this one will be called live choice. Need to be sure I'm not misspelling it, so I will do a copy paste so we are 100% sure that it's the same name. Okay, so we get this, and of this one we get the number 0 because anyway we know we only have one, so it's the first element of the array that comes out. And remove all of this. And at this point we set the camera to this camera, right? Fuck, I cannot. Why I cannot? Because it is an object. Okay. Cast to camera actor. I need more space. More space. Space is free, so it's kind of nice. So this camera, let me do it. Okay, so we get this, we cast it to this. Now, if he's a camera actor, which for sure is, we why wants a camera component? I don't have a camera component. I have a camera. One second. I think I'm not using the right method. No. Ah, look, by the way, who answered? Look at who is in this answer. Look who is answering to this question. Me. So I'm googling my own answers, you know. Very nice. Very, very nice. So what I was asking, it was in 2018. Nice. I would like to set up a camera. My actor is facing the character, looking in his face. Yeah, because this is when I wanted to set, you know, the camera to look at a specific actor. And at the end, what did I say? I said it is not, after some testing, it's not possible to use another camera actor. So at the end, I was to set up a tall camera to all characters including the player and speak with the NPC. Yeah, this thing is very bad for us. So it means that we really need to do the right calculation to move the camera. Fuck. I wanted to use another camera. It was much easier. Unless I set up two cameras in the dummy character, which I could do. But that's a bit of a trick, eh? That's a bit of a trick. In the sense that this camera could be, you know, could be. No. The problem is that when this one will rotate, it will become a mess. Because this one, I mean, this dummy character and this camera that we use in the podium is actually rotating around the platform. So if we connect that one, this one will rotate around the platform as well and will be a mess. Fuck, no, we cannot do it. So basically, a character can have a camera that is only his component. You cannot have a camera which is a freaking something else. Then how you use the camera? I mean, if I want to put on screen this camera, right? How do I do it? Should be possible, right? Camera in view. I mean, I want to freaking have the view using cameras. Okay, I set my camera. I put it here. Okay. The camera selected. Okay, I have all my settings, the flares. Yes. Exactly. How do I use a static camera? Okay. Okay. Create a reference to the camera actor. What is this thing? By adding the reference to the camera actor, the level plugin knows which camera we are talking about in the level. okay. Hey, someone joined. Hello, Potato05, welcome. Thanks for joining and watching the stream. Right click is so begin play. Set view target with blend. Okay, so the set view target is the one that is doing the thing. Player controller set view target camera. Okay, let's try like this. Seems to be pretty good. Seems to be so set view target with blend. Set view target with blend. Okay. So we have our camera. We get our player controller, which we have. No, we don't have, but we will get it now. Get player controller. Set view target with blend. I don't know what is this with blend, but anyway. And then we get our camera. So we remove this. So I guess at the end we need this because this is an actor. Yes. Blend time. Blend time I think is the time. I mean if you want like a nice transition, you know. Okay, this should set the camera to that camera. Right? Then I don't know exactly what happens when you do. So all of this should be disconnected for now because we don't need it. Okay, let's see if we move it to that camera. If we move to that camera, we are good. I'm not searching anything, you know, crazy. I'm just searching. I'm just trying to have a simple solution where we move our camera to the dummy level and so we can work from there. Obviously, the important point is that my mouse should still work in terms of selections, right? Otherwise, we are dead. Hello. I see people joining. Welcome to the stream. If you have any question on what I'm doing, please ask. Okay, so we create a guy. We go next. It didn't move by an inch. It didn't move by an inch. Why? So assuming that we found at least one. Now, I'm not sure if we found one or not, but I can print it out. I assume we did, but maybe we didn't for whatever reason. So we can say found camera and then we get the name of this thing. So we can display it. Right? But for some reason it seems, meanwhile we are here, let's do another piece of the work that we need to do. We need to populate the spheres properly. We need to populate no, but I think I need the camera to be correct before doing that, otherwise I will not see anything. Okay, let me save this. For some reason this was not saved, huh? In fact, it was not saved. Is probably why we didn't get the camera, because the camera was moved to the persistent level. That could be, huh? I always need to remember when I do moves like that of objects between levels to just remember to save, otherwise we're not getting the result. Okay. So that is not bad. So at least we are in the right position now. Okay, this is pretty good. Now, I need to understand. Okay. Okay, so at least we can use another camera. Now, what I need to understand if is my left click is still working or not. You know, if I can click on stuff, because now we will generate the spheres, and we will initialize all of this, and we will see if we can click on stuff, right? Okay. Okay, so using another camera is okay. It works, huh? Because if I cannot click through the camera properly, that would be a problem. So let's see if I can now to set up my life choices. So the first thing I need to do, as you have seen in the log, there were a lot of errors. The reason there were a lot of errors is because if I go down here, yes, it was not finding life choice manager, right? It's not finding life choice manager because we didn't yet port to this project. We didn't yet port to this project the life choice manager. Where the hell is that? Character selection, character race. No, none of this is under UI. First of all, I think we should move this right in the right directory, because now I think we can. So I think we can delete these two redirectors. They are really not needed anymore. I think I can delete it somehow. And delete it somehow. And then save it. I think when you delete and save, no, I remember it was like this. And there was another one, then fix up. Fix up, okay. I think the fix up should delete this thing. Error saving character create because it's running. Okay. I can stop it. No, it's not running. Is the error saving character creation race? Why? It's save, bro. So the ready, just for your information, the redirectors are objects that are created by the engine when you are renaming stuff, right? And they are usually invisible, right? But you can show them in the editor if you want, and I'm showing it in the editor just because I prefer to see them and remove them when they are created. Now we move this to here because we want the character creation UI to be in the right place. It's updating a bunch of stuff. I hope it doesn't create two more redirectors, but probably will. No, it didn't. Okay, nice. So now we have our two new UI, character creation life choice, and character creation categories. Okay, so the one that was searching is this one. Okay, this one is the category one. Now this one should have somewhere in the code for sure, yes, the life choice manager. This life choice manager is actually empty because it's not initialized in any way, right? We need to be sure that we initialize it. Now the question we have is where we should do this. To me, I think we can do it in our player controller, right? Player controller we only have one. Now dummy characters we have two, but player controller we only have one. So if we go in Planeshift player controller, which is initialized at the beginning, and I go in his construction script. Well, I don't know if I should do it in the construction script or I should do it because the UI must exist. I can do when I create a UI, so there are different things I should do. Okay. So first I need to create the life choice manager because you see in this begin play, this is the old project, this is the sample project. I was doing a bunch of stuff. For example, I was constructing the life choice manager. So the construction of the life choice manager and the setting of the life choice manager on the Planeship player controller, I think I can do in the construction of the player controller. That's not a problem. I think all of that I can do there. So I think I can do it. I think I can do it here. This means it will be done client side and server side. No, because player control is only server side, right? But I think it's fine. So let me move this. So this piece should go here somewhere. Okay. So we need to create a new class, a new object, which is our life choice manager of class choice manager, and the outer class is self in this case, which is our player controller. So I think we will use self as the outer of this guy. Right? Then create sample data should work. Set life choice manager. This one was pointing to the player character, I guess. Yes, to the player controller. So I think we can set it again to myself. Well, the easiest is to do this, is to just do this and do set, and we get our life choice manager properly set in the player controller. So now it will not be empty anymore. Then I was doing the opposite. I was setting my player controller into the life choice manager. So this one again is a reference to self. And then I was setting in the life choice manager the destiny left at 150. Now this one we will have to read from the database because it's the total number of points that you have left for the character creation. So this piece I think we ported okay. Now let's see what else we have. Here we have a bit of a mess. We have get actor of tag main, get caster spline. Yes, I'm setting the two splines in my life choice manager. Okay, this is also absolutely needed. So without this, it will not work. So this piece I need to port the other side. So I need to port it here. And so get actor with tags. This will work because we have actually only 2 PS spline in the wall level. The only issue is that you know what? This one I think we cannot do here. I think we need to do in the podium blueprint. I think we need to do it in the podium blueprint because this one, I mean the two splines are actually existing in the podium level, but at the beginning of player controller those may not be initialized yet. They may not be existing yet because no level is loaded up. Yeah, so I think that these two, I need to do this piece. Unfortunately, I think I need to do it in the blueprint of my podium map. I think there is no other chance. I think there is no other chance. Otherwise, it will not work properly. Which is okay, eh? Just that putting logic in the level blueprint is not always the best idea, so I'm trying to avoid if possible, but actually it's related to these two splines, you know, so I think it's fine. This should be fully empty. Yes, we never use this. We never use this. So what we can do, we can say when we have a level begin play, right? So when we start the play for this level, and so this level is actually loaded up, what we will do, we will get the actor of class, we will get the spline, and now here the problem is that I need to get the player controller, and I need to cast it to plane shift player controller, and I need to get the life choice manager, which is the class that is managing all the character creation for that piece, and connect it here. So, and on this guy, we are going to set the main spline and the peak spline. Okay, so the life choice manager will know which spline to use. Okay. Hello, Ahmed. Hello, Real Rolks. Hey, welcome. Okay, so this part we did. So we should have the two splines. Okay. Now there was more here in the initialization. Let me check what he was doing. It was when he was creating the UI. He was setting. As soon as he was creating the UI, he was setting the reference inside Life Choice Manager. Okay, this also we need to do. Huh? This also we need to do. I think that this we can also do in the same level blueprint. Okay, let me copy this whole thing. I don't know exactly if it's the right place to do it, but I think yes. So let me go into the blueprint related to my podium map and try to put it here and see what happens. Huh? So we have selected this. Maybe you can put some comments here, just to, otherwise would be hard. So set the references to the splines to be used in the life choice UI. Life choice, yeah. It's not a life choice UI, but in the life choice screen. Okay, because actually it's a 3D screen, it's not a UI. But okay, so from here, what we are gonna do, we are going to construct the two UI, so the character creation and the other one. So I'm going to construct the character creation live choice UI, okay, and the categories. The first was the live choice, the second was the category. Yes. So in the categories UI, so we are going to construct those two UI. For now, I will set both to collapse because we don't want to see them, in the podium map at the beginning. We want to see them only when the things get initialized. Now, what he was doing, he was setting to the life choice manager. Yes, to the life choice manager, which is here. So let me add the reroute node just to keep things a bit cleaner. And then connect it here. So we are setting this and also this. Oops, no, that's not the way. Why is not doing? Okay. Okay, let me try again. Okay, now we got it. Now we got it. So we are setting this one and this ones. And then what we are doing, target input data categories, set up input categories. Okay, set up categories. I don't remember this thing, what it's doing. But yes, this is just printing the text on top. Okay, it's fine. Anyway, it's invisible, so it will not mess up with our yeah, but I think it's good. So this part of the code is, maybe we can put a comment again for the future, which is create life choice UI hidden for now. Oops, hidden for now. Okay, so it stays hidden until we need it, and we will need it just after the first screen of the character creation. And this thing is basically setting up, is populating. This thing is populate categories. Okay, in the UI, populate categories in categories UI. So that's what it's doing. It's doing nothing else than that. Okay. Okay. So I think this part should be working fine. So this happens, let me see if it compiles. Yes, it compiles. So this happens when the level is loaded up in the begin play of the podium map. So we will have our two UIs created, and we will have a reference to them in our life choice manager, which has a reference anyway in our player controller. So we have multiple ways to reach it, right? So it's very easy to reach. So now going back here, we don't need to create this anymore because now we create it immediately. So what we need to do, and also we don't need to add to the viewport. By the way, the add view, do I have the add viewport here? Ah, yes, I have it. Okay, perfect. So the only thing we need to do, we need to get our from our player controller. So basically from this guy we need to get our life choice manager, which is the one that is holding everything, right? And from our life choice manager we can set this is after the camera change. This is the camera change. So maybe we can do it. Later. We can do it here. So let me reconnect this. Because first I want to change the camera position, and then I want to, to show the new view. So it is changing the camera. Well, it is setting the fact that we are in live choice. So set we are now in live choice screen. I mean, set the fact that we are now, but it's a bit long, let's keep it like that. So here we set the that we are now in the live choice screen. Here is setting the camera. So switch camera position to live choice. Okay. and then here, right? I think that here we can finally display, so we can get the categories UI, and we can set the visibility to true, so it will show up, right? So we do set visibility to visible, yes. And this means that only in this moment the UI will actually show up, which is when exactly when we need it, right? So it is basically show categories UI. Okay, good. Now after this, after this, what do we need? After this, so here we show the category should already be there, but the spheres will not be there yet, right? Because the sphere, how do we create the sphere? I don't remember. Setup categories, I don't think is creating the spheres yet. Setup categories is only populating the text. Who is creating the sphere? I think it's when we do create dummy data. I think the life choice manager is this one. Yeah, he has this method which is setup spheres. Let me just check who's calling it, which I don't remember. Setup spheres. I was inside our player controller. It was inside our player controller. Nah, I think we can do it in our level begin play. I think it's the best time to do it. I think it's the best time to do it. So we need to do whatever we have here. So we have this piece. We have this piece that we can do inside our podium map. Our podium map here. I think we can do it here. Just after this, populate categories. I think we can have it down here, and we can say this thing is becoming a bit uneven. Let me do this. Always try to keep organize your graphs. Otherwise, the next time you will look at it, you will be completely lost, and you will just spend a lot of time. So always try to keep your stuff very organized. This is the best suggestion I can give you. Character creation. This one has to come from here. Category CMI. Actually, it's this one. So this one I think we can remove. Yeah, so it's a bit better in terms of lines. So this one populates the category in the UI, yes. And then after that, what we can do is to do this piece, which is defining all the location. So this is basically the initial setup of the spheres. Okay. So setup spheres. Now, one thing that we have to think about is that all this data will come from the database, right? At the moment, I just have it from the dummy data that I created, but it will come all from the database. So I think that some of this we will have to change. We will have to do another pass. Hello, Atomic Milko. Hey, welcome. What we are doing, we are building an MMO, a fantasy MMO, which actually is already existing, but we are porting it to Unreal Engine. And in particular, at the moment, I'm working on the character creation screen, which is in this sample project. I did it in this sample project, which basically runs. You can execute it, you can click on stuff, you can select choices, of your character creation, and this is populating this fancy UI. So this is basically all your character creations, and after you have populated these choices, then you move to the next screen. But this one I did it in a separate project just because it was quicker for me to develop it in a separate project, and so I'm now porting it into the main game, which obviously has some complexity because the player controller is different, the UI is a bit different, but yeah, so I'm porting it from this sample project, which is called Minimal Default, this one, to our real project, which is this one. And so I'm trying to figure out all the pieces and ensure that it works properly. So this is what I'm doing. Life choice manager, we have it here, so we can get it from, maybe we can have a reroute. Maybe we can have a reroute here, and so this one where it was going in many places, was going. So let's reroute again, and let's go here, here, and here. So this one we can delete. It's a bit messy, but it's okay now. Okay, so we have here the line of our life choice manager. So we populate the category, we set up the spheres, and I don't know if this input data category is already set up at this point, but I think so, because I think it's done in the construction of our life choice manager. I think it should be fine. Okay, so let's try to see what happens. So basically now all this initialization should happen when the level is loaded up. And so what I'm expecting to see, let's just do a save of everything, because if I don't save, obviously it will not work. So we show the category UI when we are after we teleport to the other camera, right? After we move to the other camera. And then this thing is not happening because there is all the old code we were trying to move, but it's not needed. Okay. Okay. I think that is fine. Okay, let's see what happens. So what I'm expecting to see now are, okay, the proper teleport of the camera, but then we tested it is working. And then the setup of the sphere, so the sphere should appear, the 8 spheres, and the names should be the right names. Now I want to understand if when I click on it, now it works or not. That's a very big question. So if I click on next, okay, so we have the names proper, as you can see, the siblings, birth events, home, mother. So this one has been set up properly, but the spheres are not here. The spheres are not visible at the moment. They may be in the world somewhere, because I think that the problem we have is just a problem of coordinates. So let me detach from this screen and try to go. So there is one here, but this is the one that I have set up myself. So I think they might be somewhere, but I have no idea where. They can be in 000, which is super far from here, because here we are like in 700,000 coordinates, 700,000 units away. So they may be super far away, because in the sample project we were setting up everything in the 00 coordinate. Okay, so I was already expecting this issue, which is fine. I was already expecting this. So we need to. I think the sphere have been created though. My feeling is that they've been created. Let me just check if we have any print. There is an error here. There are a number of errors. You see, accessed none, trying to read the property called function spawn live choice. Okay. So it seems that this function, which is spawn live choice, is trying to get called, but yeah, setup spheres is getting called, as you can see. Okay, let's check what setup spheres is doing. Setup spheres, we have it in the level here. So setup spheres is here. Setup sphere is going into my player controller and is doing spawn live choice. So my player controller maybe is not yet available. That is kind of possible, actually. It's possible that my player controller is not up yet when this is happening. I think that's the problem. Yeah, the player controller is initialized down here, I think. Okay, it's not a big issue. What we can do, we can move this function directly in this level, which by the way I think is even better. Because having it on the player controller I think was so-so. I think we can create a new function in our level blueprints. I think the level, yeah, I think it's okay. Which by the way is one node. So the reason I added on the player controller is that our live choice manager is not deriving from world, and so it doesn't have the ability to spawn objects by itself. So I had to use as a support another class which is actually existing in the world, but I think I can do it directly from the so let me copy this one and let me move it. Let me create a new function, but let me copy the name of the function because I want to be sure the name is exactly the same. Spawn live choice. So I will create in the level a new function called spawn live choice. Right. This one will have. Can I close a few windows because otherwise I'm getting confused. You have too much stuff open actually. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, so you want to get this one. So the input is a position, the output is a live choice. By the way, I never connected it. Interesting. That's probably why it was not working. But I still prefer this to be in my podium map. I think it's better because this is where it belongs. It doesn't belong to my player character everywhere, when it will be. So I think it's better to have it here anyway. So let's put it here. If it works from here, I think it's better. So we have position, which is a vector. Yeah, but most likely there was the reason why it was not working. Probably. And then we have live choice. which is of type live choice. Okay, and this one will just do this. So this will just spawn the sphere. Okay, we just spawn the sphere into the world. Now in terms of location, I need to put this. This has to be connected. And nothing else. The rest will stay as it is. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's good. So let's remove the function from player controller. So we will get the errors, but it's good because with the errors we can then find out what it is. So it's now complaining that this function does not exist, which is fine. And so setup sphere. We go setup sphere. We go setup sphere from here, right? Can I? How do I pass? Should I pass the reference to the level, or can I do a get world and then pass the reference? What is the best way? Let me think about it. Mm, I mean, if I do self, what is self? Self is what? Um, I think it's is a level streaming, or is a level something, or is a level I think it's a level streaming something. I don't know if self will work on that, but let's see. No. This is a level blueprint, so can I have a reference to a level blueprint or not? I need a reference to an object that then I can call, the function on it. I can just put what I can connect there to get the reference to my thing, to my level. What I can connect. Or I can do it with how do I call a function which is in the level blueprint? That's basically the question. How do I call a function in a level blueprint? Yeah, exactly, from the player controller, for example. It's, yeah. With the event dispatchers, using the execute console. No, that sucks really. No, please, no. No. Yeah, the problem is that we cannot easily reference this I mean, logically it stands here, but practically I think it's not easy to reference in a level blueprint as a function. Or I make it C++. Object reference, it will work, and then I cast it to, yeah, but then I cast it to what? I cast it to, I cannot cast it to a map. I mean, I can try object reference, but then by the way, object reference is not existing like this. I cannot just do object object reference. You mean like this? Yeah, but then when I assume that I have it here, then can I cast it to my podium map? No. Can I cast it to... The problem is that I have my life manager, which is a class which is not inherited from world, you know. And no cast, but how can I call my spawn function? My spawn function will never appear. My spawn what is called? Wait a second. It's called spawn life choices. Right? The spawn life choices, I think it will never appear here. Spawn life will never appear in the list. We should make it public. No, it's public already. Where should I move it? I can move it to something else, but it cannot be the player controller, because the player control, or I move this thing later on. Well, I can also do this. I can set up the spheres later on. Maybe it's easier, because here I'm doing it in the level blueprint, and when the level is created, you know, the player doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist yet, and so I cannot do that setup. I don't want to move the setup of the spheres function completely into the blueprint level, because I don't like it. I like it to stay within the manager. The problem is that this manager class cannot spawn objects because it's not derived from world for some reason. So it's not a persistent world class or something. So I cannot do spawn. If I try to do spawn actor here, it doesn't show up because it's not. And I investigated a bit, and the only way you can do it is if this class is derived from an object that is part of the world, or if you override the get world function into this class, and then. But this class is not a C++ class, so I wanted to keep it simple, you know. So player controller does not exist. So I can call this setup sphere later on, when my player controller is actually existing. That is probably the easiest, right? So I keep it on player controller, but I call it when it exists. So means that I cannot do the setup of the sphere here. I can do the setup of the sphere I can do the setup of the spheres. When can I do it? I can do it here when we are switching the just before switching the camera. I think we can do it kind of here. Why we don't have the UI do it? Because the UI can spawn, right? Can the UI spawn? Spawn actor. Yeah, the UI can spawn anyway. The UI can spawn. So I think we can ask the UI to do it. Why not? We have a link to the UI. Yeah. Let's try to do it with the UI. I think it's much better. The question is, will the UI exist? Will the UI exist? Will the UI exist? Yes, because I created it here. I created all the UI here. Yeah. I think we can ask the UI to do it. And we have a reference to the UI in our live choice manager, right? Yes. Okay, so let's have the categories. Let's try to put it here. Spawn something. What's it called? Spawn live choice. Spawn live choice. I hope I don't find any other blockers because, but I think it should be fine. So if I get position, so this should have an input, which is a position and is a vector. Please, can I copy paste? No. Yes, which is a vector, and then he has an output which is called live choice. Which is called live choice and is of type live choice. Is of type live choice. Okay. I think it's even better if it works here. I think it's even better because anyway, is the UI managing the spheres, you know, and so it's the best place where it should be. I think. So we just need to get this, put it here, connect this, connect that, and now we delete it from here. Okay, because we don't want it there. So so inside of this, we can get the reference to our category UI, which we have and we already populated. So this is valid at this point in time. And we can call the spawn something, spawn live choice. Why if I do context? Didn't compile it yet, or what? No, I didn't. So we will call this. So we just need to be sure that we are not messing up. So we connect this here, this here. There is another connection going somewhere. Oh no, this one is just the execution connection. Then we have to connect the position, which is coming from here. And I think now we are good. This player controller I don't need anymore because I'm not using it for anything. I was just using it for that. So we also save some space, which is nice. Okay, so I think we are good. So the spawn live choice is demanded to the. Now the only problem of this is that considering we are switching to that UI, we may switch to that UI multiple times during the game execution because you can create one character, then go back and create another. Let me remove this variable. Target is live choice manager. What do you want? Okay. So we may go through this multiple times or not. We are in the begin play of the level. No, we cannot. So we can come here only one time. So I think this is perfect. If it works, it's perfect. Yeah, I think it's the best place. Yes, because it's the UI. Yeah. I think it's the best. I don't know. I didn't reason on the fact that the UI can actually spawn actors, but it's good. I mean, the fact that it can do it is perfect. I would prefer my class to spawn actors, but it's fine. So now there was this concept of locations, which was basically defining where in the world the different things were, and obviously my simple level everything was in 000, so here it was super easy because everything was 00. But I already included the possibility, like you can see here, to have a starting location which is then added on top of all the reasoning about the creation of the spheres and such. So now the question is where is my starting location? My starting location is where my camera is. Okay, so the position of this camera yeah, so the position of this camera is my starting location. Now, will the camera exist already when I'm executing this? Yes, because it's in the persistent level. We put it in the persistent level exactly for that reason. So if I search you know what, again I will put it in. And so this is basically find camera location as start location for spawning spheres. Get actor location. So in theory, this location should be given to this function, and if everything works as expected, then this function should generate the spheres in that location plus. Now, I'm not sure if it's plus or minus because I don't know how we are rotated in the freaking world, so maybe the sphere will appear at our back, so I need to understand that a second, but why is not compiling? Yes, because there is another place where we are spawning the spheres. There are two places, so I think this is the other place. There are two places in the code when we are spawning the spheres. So we get our categories UI, and we do the spawn from here, spawn live choice. Spawn live choice, yes. The position is coming from here. The target is me. This we can connect here, we can delete the player controller. Now the live choice is going here, and this one is going here. So I can delete this. You have to be extra careful, but it's like working on a puzzle, when you do this kind of thing. So it's kind of satisfying also from the point of view of the graphics. I don't know. I mean, working with blueprints is pretty cool. I mean, you have all these lines and things. Now it's like working with a puzzle somehow. Okay, so my player controller I don't need actually, so I can delete it. and we saved some space in here, so I can move everything a bit closer. Okay, now I expect this to compile. Yes, in fact it's compiling. We saved everything. Yes, we did. We can test it and see what happens. We can test it and see what happens. By the way, developing at a separate project saved me so much time. Because imagine all the start and stop, you know. Having to start the server, start the client, log in, go to the character creation, reach the page, and then do the test. So if you can, develop the functionality always in a separate project. And then merge it later. Okay, click on next. Oh wow, it's already working in the proper place. I'm amazed. Okay, so we just have the number which is a bit offset, but it's okay. I think everything is a bit offset. No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think just this number in the middle, but this number in the middle, you know, is easy to fix. I have to go down and right a bit. So I go in my UI. Why down and right though? Means that it's not fully centered? Anyway. Means that my... It means... Down okay, but to the right it means that this thing is not centered compared to the position of the camera, right? By the way, I can delete this one. I can delete this sphere if he allows me to. Hello, can I click on it? I want to click on this sphere. Okay. He's selecting everything except this. Okay, I will get it from here. Is this one? No. Is this one? No. Is this one? Yes. Okay, this one can go. My camera is on the other level, by the way, so I need to... Let me save this. I mean, it's in the persistent world, so I need to open. Okay, it's open. Blah blah blah. Well, before doing this, let me just see if I click what happens. I don't think the spline will work, but let's try just for fun. Ouch, there is a major problem. I cannot click. I cannot click through the camera? Ah, yes. Wait. I did import one function. I did not port one function, which is exactly the click. I did not port it. Okay, let me just do two things. Let me open back the main persistent level. Yes, save what you want to save. I don't care. Let me open the sublevel. Yes. So this camera probably is not centered in the y-axis as this drawing. So this drawing is y position to this number, whatever it is. This camera is slightly offset. Okay, so now should be... It moved a lot, huh? But in theory now it should be exactly in the center. Right? So I don't know if it is, but be exactly in the center. So it should be in a better position. Okay. Now the other thing that we didn't do, yes, I didn't move the click, because the click was in another place. The click was in the player controller, was here. Yes, left mouse button down and the live click. So, and this and the live click is inside live choice manager. So this one we need to port. This one we need to port it. Where we need to port? Not inside the player controller. I think inside our dummy character. Yes, if we are in live choices, only if we are in live choices. We have right mouse click. No, actually left mouse click. Okay, we don't have it yet, so we can add it. We can add left mouse click. And in this case, only if we are in live choice, because there is the, we need to know if we are in this UI. Then we do handle left click. Okay, so which will trigger all the thing. Now the splines, I'm not expecting the splines to be okay, but let's see. Maybe they will. Maybe we will be lucky and they will. It's complaining the live choice manager does not exist. Yes, it's actually correct. Live choice manager does not exist here. We need to get our player controller, I guess. And we need to cast it to Planeship player controller, and then we can get our live choice manager. And then we are okay. Okay. So we do this. Compile. Okay, compile. Okay, let's launch it again. So now I'm expecting to see the click properly working, and also the camera a bit bad centered compared to the picture. And if there is any new viewer, please follow the stream, follow on Twitch, and subscribe on YouTube if you can, because that is helping me. Also, if you want to contribute to the game or you want to know more about the game, we have a Patreon site, and I can show it to you now. We have a Patreon site where you can contribute, and just with $3 per month you become our citizen, and you get access to our Discord specific channel, plus you get the possibility to check and see all the videos that we are posting and special content that we make for the Patreons. And then there are other levels that you can contribute. That will help us. I mean, if we have some cost about servers, some cost about websites and such, so we may use some money. But if you don't, it's all perfectly fine. Okay, so I click on next. The spheres are here. Now I should be able to click. Yeah, actually I clicked and it kind of worked, but the spline I think went to GG. So we need to, I can do show splines, but I'm pretty sure that the spline went to an impossible place. Yeah, you see the spline is starting here, and then it's going in the middle of nowhere. So it's going at 0, 0, 0 something probably, because I didn't change the spline. I mean, there is still something hard coded, in the spline trajectory, which is okay. But at least I can click on stuff. And if I do the choose, at least the final position is correct, but the starting position, but the spline position is fucked up. But it's okay. But basically, it works though. I just need to fix. You see this spline as well. This spline is going like places, like down there, like in a million kilometers distance. But as soon as we fix that, I think it would be good. So let me check. Where was this spline thingy? We are close, we are very close to have this done. Because the rest, I'm not expecting that it's working, that we get any errors. So I think the rest should be perfectly fine. So let me get the splines. The splines are connected when you zoom. So in the handle live click, yes, build spline. Here it is, starting location. Okay, build spline. So the starting location is the one I need to provide. Right? Now, should I do all the time the freaking? Can I just have a variable in my live choice manager which is called starting location, which is calculated one time? Because I really don't like to do the search for the camera continuously. So I want to do it once and forever. I want to so let me do that. We can do it. Yeah. Now the problem is when we can do that. When we can do that. We can do it. We can do it. Do you think we can do it in our podium map? Yes, I think in the podium map after we create the yeah, we can do it there. We can do it exactly there, and we can copy. And we can, so let's open this one. Let's go in the level blueprint of this one. So I think here, after we created the UI, and after we created the camera, we also have it, is it? The final starting location. So here, exactly here, we should set up, we should set up in our live choice manager. No, let me take it from here. We should set starting location, and we get this and we put it in, right? And at this point, should I do it at the end? So this one is just setting the starting location for future usage, and then this means that when I do get actor of class live choice, let me just search live choice. Live choice is a bit of a keyword, but when I do the get all actor of class, now live choice is not a good search. Get all actor of class. Well, here I can. Well, I can keep it as it was, but I'm losing myself. I was in the setup spheres, right? I'm losing myself. I was in the setup spheres is here, so it's getting. Is getting the position from here. Where was the other place where we were doing the? I'm losing myself a bit, but there was another location, right? Well, one was here. No, one was here. No, it's here. It's here. It's here. Well, this was the only place that we touched. Yeah, this was this one. This one. This one. This one. There's no other place we touched. So this one is fine. Then the other place is when we build a spline. Okay, so we go where we build the spline now. But I think we already fixed it because I already connected that starting location. So the build spline is called here where we connect starting location. It's called here when we also have to connect starting location, and it's called here where we also need to connect starting location. 175, 124. I'm not sure if it was the same in all places, but we'll see. Okay, so now we have everything connected to our starting location. Now, the build of the spline is super simple at the moment. So we basically have, and we can make it better, we can improve the spline a bit, because at the moment, at the moment, let's say we have our camera, we have our thing here, like in the middle, right, with the shape of the person, whatever. Okay, this is a person. And at the moment, the spline is basically one point, has one hot point, which is kind of like here, right? And then everything else is built based on this point. So there is like one intermediate point on it. So for example, if you need to move something from here, right, you will just do pass from this point and then come to the screen, the front of the screen. If you have to move, I don't know, from here, we'll do the same. We'll go to this and then come to the front of the screen. If you have to return to a location, again, it will go from here, pass through this point, and then go to the location. So the spline at the moment is super simple. I just did it this way because it was a test. But if we want to have, a different spline, we can. So if we want to have different, like for example, when he's here, that he goes like whoop, 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 and then he's appearing in front of you, and we could do it. We just have to define, 1, 2, 3 points instead of 1, and he will do it. Right? So that's what you see here. Our spline is actually made only of 3 points, and the middle point is always the same, right? The middle point is always this one that I was telling you. So it's here, it's here, it's here, it's everywhere. So we can keep it like that for now, but it would be nice, if we could make maybe a nicer, maybe also having different movement on screen based on the function, so that like the return is going through, or maybe even randomize it a bit, we could randomize it. It's just a point in a spline, so we can add some, we can have 3 or 4 points and then randomize the way it's moving, so that it looks more alive, right? Could do that. Don't know if I want to do it myself or I want an artist to do it. The 150 is still a bit fucked up, but it's better. Let me see if it. No, it's still completely wrong. Let me see if the return is bad. The return is okay. So the return spline. Let me show splines. The returns. Yeah, as you can see, the return spline is fine. So it came from here and going down and up. So that one was okay, but this one is really fucked up. So the first one where you click on the sphere is fucked up for sure. This one, yeah, in fact, you see it goes in impossible places and coming back. Why? It should be the same in theory. Should be the same mathematics, but let me see. So when we click, we are here. We are on the handle click. Then it's checking if there is an item or not, and in case it's doing the return. Is the return working okay? Yeah, the return is working okay. So this one, handle return, is using the proper starting location. Okay. So this one is fine. The one that is not fine is this one. Even if I add the starting location here. Handle return. But handle return is anyway calling build spline. So. Interesting. It's anyway calling the same function. So. Obviously, they are executing two different routes. So let me see, maybe in the return. So the return, where is the return going? The return is going here, return category, where I have my starting location minus this guy. The pick, where is the pick? The pick is here. I have the starting location minus this guy anyway. But it's very evident that the to-go spline is completely fucked. What is the difference? The difference is that I do the pick. So I start the pick. I start from the location of the actor, and this cannot be wrong. It is impossible. But this middle one is fucked up. This middle one is coming from the starting location. So how can it be wrong? And then I go into these peak locations. But peak locations are okay, because the peak location is okay. Why time that? It crashed for some reason. Yeah. The server crashed for some reason. There was something running, I don't know what, but okay, anyway. It crashed for some other reason, nothing to do with what we are doing. I'm just a bit surprised, why start location minus this is not okay. Start location minus this is okay. This one will obviously be wrong, by the way. The destroy will be wrong, but I don't get how the return category can go in such incredible places. The text 150 is not in the center of the widget. I don't know if it's not. I think I put it in the middle, no? Let's see. It's exactly on this line. It's not vertically, because obviously it depends on the camera position, but I think vertically was fine. No? I don't remember. I can check it. I don't remember. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up. But it's in the middle here, for what I can see. I mean, it's not the middle vertically, but you know, the vertical is fine here. It's just the left and the right that for some reason is not correct. Maybe my camera is lightly rotated. I mean, it should not be, but maybe my camera is lightly rotated, or this object is lightly rotated. I don't know. By the way, the two splines are visible. We should make them invisible. At start. So why picking is fucked up and return is correct? It is a very big question. Oh, but picking is fucked up the second time. No, return is okay. So it's always picking. Picking is fucked up, return is okay. And if you look, it seems that picking as... It seems that picking... What is it? It seems that picking as the 2 points, so which is the destination and the origin as correct. So these two are perfectly correct. But the middle point is down there in the universe, in the infinite. And so this means that this point for some reason is not working. I don't understand how it's possible, because it's exactly the same. So is the starting location minus this. So the only reason is that when I'm doing the pick, the starting location is not valid, or is 000 for some reason, you know. So when I'm doing the pick, let me search build spline everywhere. Build spline everywhere in the code. Maybe there is another place. Okay, there was another place here where we were not, but it is the destroy function, so it cannot be this one. There is the return picked. Okay, anyway, both of those need to have the starting location in. So I need to do this, get starting, no, starting, oh, why? Live choice manager. Starting, oh, what the, live choice manager. Live choice manager object. Live choice manager object. Okay. Now it's very different, huh? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing, really. I mean, it was like, no, you cannot do it. I said, okay, cannot do it. Now it does it. Okay, these two were bad. So this is good, this is good, this is good, and this is the function. So let's see now. It typed out again. We will have to check what is going on, huh? Because there is something else crashing the server. There is something else that is crashing the server pretty bad. We can launch then the server in debug mode and see. Let me change the time. Well, let me change the time to 7 again. At 7 o'clock in the morning, nothing is happening. I think at 16, something is happening. So let me change it to 7 in the morning, so we are not messing up with other functions. I think there are some NPC moving, and maybe some of them cannot find the region because the region is not defined properly or something. And so Anyway, the server should never crash for such thing, because when we have players on, we don't want, you know, the server to crash. I mean, the NPC can go crazy or stop or do whatever he wants to do, but not crash the server. There is also what I need, you know, that I need then to do a test with people on. Okay, let's see. It's fucked up the same way. It's fucked up the same way. The return is good, but the start is bad. It's the same thing. The start is completely fucked up. The lines are going crazy. Look at that. Okay, let me print out, maybe for some reason, let me print out these values. Maybe the starting location is 0 or something. I don't know. It should not be, but since it's not working, I guess the only way for us is to do some printout and see. It's only one function, it's build spline, you know. So let me just print out. Let me just print out build spline, and then we will just print out the starting location. Okay, for some reason, some part of the code, we cannot print out here because we don't have the world. Okay, let me get the player control. Okay, I set up the player controller into this as a variable so that we can do that. But for sure, this will be 0, you know. I'm pretty sure that for some reason, my starting location is not set. Now, why is not set is a mystery to me. It's a mystery, boys. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Boom. Well, actually has a value. Actually has a value. So how can he fuck it up if he has a value? 7948. So that is I think that is the right value, right? It's my location. The original location of the camera, pretty much. I don't know. We can go and check, but I guess is the right location. So minus 700, 904, yes. 414, 874, minus 6, exact. So it's exactly the location of my camera, right? Now, to that value, I think I'm missing something very stupid. As soon as I find it out, I will go like, why I didn't see it? What we are doing, we are just taking this location in the pic, and we are doing this location minus 300, 100, 100, which is super close. It's 3 meters, you know, so it's super close. So it cannot be like at the end of the world like it's going now. And the first point and the last point are correct because we see them correct here. If I do show splines, right? If I do show splines and then I detach somehow, okay, you see that the beginning is here, is in the center of the sphere, and the end is exactly here, where we want the sphere to go. So it's only the point in the middle which is fucked up. So my question is, is the minus and the plus which is fucking up? Should I do plus instead of minus? Probably. Is the minus that is changing the signs of is the minus changing the signs of my vector? I mean, I can do plus, but I wanted to understand why. Why is working? Why is working in the return and it's not working in the pick? Fuck, they are the same thing. It's the same code. It's the same stuff. It's identical. Is the minus in any way fucking up my? By the way, is the pick really going here? Yes, it's really going here. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't understand. I can try plus, but you know, I don't understand. I mean, if it was this minus my vector, this line minus my vector, then I may assume that yes, the minus is fucking up because is changing the, you know, the value. You know, if it's like 700,000, it becomes minus 700,000. That I understand. But here I'm subtracting this small number. So how can the small number fuck up my thing? I don't get it. I mean, a super huge vector minus a very small vector, it cannot go to zero anyway, right? So unless I multiply it or something, but I don't multiply it. It's just minus 300. So maybe it's not going through that. Maybe it's not going through that part of the code. Maybe it's going somewhere else. That could be a good explanation, you know, because it doesn't make sense. It's still fucked up, by the way. It's still completely fucked up. Yes, it's still going to infinite. It's still going to infinite. It printed out my value, which is correct, build spline, blah blah blah. I think it's going somewhere else. It's not going through this pick, probably. But it's actually a pick, you know, so I know it's going to zoom. It's going to zoom. That is where it's going. Ah, fuck me. Okay. I was sure it was something stupid. Okay, zoom. So pick is when you choose. It's not when you pick. I mean, it's called pick, but it's not the pick. Okay, it's when you are choosing. So maybe I should rename it to choose. But yeah, maybe I should rename choose to pick. But it's the zoom is up here. So in fact, you see that here there is a freaking hard-coded vector. I don't know why. Why we have this hard-coded thing? Probably because it was the first one that I did. Could be. But it should be the same, right? It should be start location minus this, which becomes my middle thing, and this one can go away. Now I think it will work properly. Now I think it will work properly. There was this thing. Now the other one that is bad is this one. Is when you destroy. When you destroy. When you destroy. I had the problem that if I was taking this minus this one was actually not working okay. But here, I think here we need to debug it a bit because this thing as it is will never work. So this one is impossible. But if I was doing my vector minus this, it was not working either. So I think it was going in some other weird places. Let me check. But now should be fine. Now should be fine. It was just that it was the zoom and not the other one, and it was still having the hard-coded value for some reason, because I did some hard coding just to test. What do you think could be a nice spline? Can you suggest a nice spline? I mean, how do you want the curve to go when you pick? We can make any kind of shapes, any kind of curves on screen as we want. So we can do I don't know, we can do this. We can do this. I mean, when he's coming to you, when he has to go at the center of the screen. So the end point is the center of the screen, and the beginning can be one of the 8 locations. At the moment, so it is the screen. Let's say there is the screen. At the moment, it's doing super simple. It's doing only this. If we start from here, it's going to our point, and then going in the and then even less than that. It's from the point to the middle of the screen. So that's it. It's doing only this, nothing else. We can make it more complex if we want. Can make it. For example, I can check if he's one at the left or at the right, and if he's at the right, I can do this. And if he's at the left, I can do this. I can customize it based on the position. You may say it's not very relevant, but maybe it is. Much better. Okay, now it's working okay. Boom and boom. Now let's see if all the functions work. Okay, so the return works. Now let's try the choose. Choose has 2 trajectories. One is this ball going back to its place, and the other is the red ball going to its location. Okay, the red ball is fucked up. The red ball is fucked up. Yeah, the red ball is completely fucked up. It again goes to infinite. It goes to negative infinite. Where does it go? I don't even understand. He starts from infinite, he ends right, so 2 points are wrong in the pick. There are 2 points wrong. One is the start, another is the middle. The only right one is the end. So this one should be the pick, I think, right? The one we were confusing before. choice pick. I think it's this. What is this? This should be starting position again. So this is the start. So we had some hard-coded stuff. I don't know why, but this should be correct now. Where we are spawning our red ball should be okay. No, wait. Should not be exactly the starting location though, because the starting location is in our face so much that we cannot see it. Should be the starting location minus the 150, right? Let me see. It's like the zoom. Yes, exactly. It's this one. So is the starting location minus this. So it's not exactly where is our camera, otherwise will be exactly in our face, but it's slightly in front of it. It's a bit in front of it. So this one now will be fine. So the start will be fine. The end was fine, but the middle was fucked up. The middle was fucked up, huh? Set material. So here we should have two follow splines. No? Yes, this one. And this one, the operation is pick. Okay, the operation is pick. So the operation is pick. So the start is okay. The end is okay. But yeah, it was fucked up because the starting location was bad. So I think now it'd be because it was messing up two values. I think it was messing up two values, right? Yes. It was messing up two values. So I think should be fine. You think the subtract is not connected on write out? Here you mean? No, it's okay. I think it's okay. I always do it in the first of the two. Should be fine. Let's see. Testing is always easier than thinking. Okay. So this one goes here, then I do choose. Nice. Okay, so now it's working fine. Yeah, we always go through this point. You see, there is a point like here in the void. There is a point like here where everything goes through when it goes back. Like even this one, goes through this point and then comes to me. So wherever is the position, they go through this point and then, right? Because we only added one point to our splines. But it seems it's working okay at the moment, so I'm pretty happy about that. Just this freaking number in the middle. Okay, let's try to fix the number in the middle. I think that my camera is not exactly, like there is probably more space here on the right than the space that is on the left, just because maybe, I don't know why, but the writing seems to be okay. The text seems to be pretty much fine. Let's try to add 10 and see. There's one choice. Okay. I need another event that I didn't pick yet. That's fine. Yeah, obviously the text above this thing is not very readable. That is not very nice. Yeah, the text here is a bit annoying. I can put it at the bottom, but it will break the pattern. But I can move it below. Maybe I can move these 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4 below. I don't know if it's better or worse. It will break the pattern, so everyone will go crazy, I know, but I think it will probably look better. Because otherwise it's unreadable. I could have these 4. We will break the circle, completely break the circle, but at least those will be kind of readable. If I put it here, I mean, this one is okay. The point is putting only those 2 at the bottom. These 2 are okay. Putting only these 2 at the bottom, super annoying. It's super annoying. These 2, you know, if I move them down, super annoying. Like beyond annoying. Because all our symmetry is fucked up. By the way, the server crashed again. But I think we can do that. We can move them down. So why my center is not the center? So what did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Hold Control Shift, then choose center from anchor. Hold Control Shift. When I have this selected, then choose. Wait. Then choose center. You mean this? Okay. And enable size to content too. Enable size to content. Ah, I understand. So that the anchor is really in the middle, and the text is not moving based on the. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Okay, we can do that. Still, the text is not centered. I don't know why. Maybe it's not centered vertically compared to the thing. I have no idea. I mean, the only thing I did, I took the camera and I gave it the same Y position of this plane, which is just a plane. I gave it the same. If I can click it, I don't think so, but I will try. It's called plane. It should go inside podium, by the way. Yes. Also my camera. Also the 2 splines, I think should go inside podium probably. Just for simplicity of organization. And also this sphere. This sphere we can call it CP points sphere, so it's a bit clearer. Plane we can call it yoga position plane. And okay, so my yoga position plane has a certain Y, and I have the camera exactly in the same Y. Well, it was not exactly, okay. Can I have this? It was not exactly because there are 1 million decimal. Let me remove the decimal from this thing. So it's just 41480 something. Let me do the same with the camera. Okay. I don't know, it should be exactly centered in theory. Ah, if the sphere is centered. Ah, okay. Maybe the sphere is not centered now. So let's give the same Y to the sphere as well. Yeah, the sphere was not centered. That's probably what I mean. It was a mix between the sphere, the camera. So I think now we should be okay. The only thing that can fuck up is the vertical one, but the vertical one we can sort it out. Easy. Okay, so what else we need to do? Ah, yes, we need to make the splines not visible at the beginning. Otherwise, the player will see these two fake splines, which are these two things, these two lines. We should make them not visible. No? Visibility? No. What is it? They are already not visible? I think we were seeing those, no? Or not? I don't remember. Maybe we were not seeing them. Okay, so let's launch it again. But I think it's fine. I think we kind of fixed it. What else we need to do? Well, the most important part will be to read the data from the database, because at the moment, all the data that you see is just generated with dummy data. I have a mega function that I didn't show you. I have a mega function in my choice manager, which is create sample data, which is this thing. You see all this thing? And it is basically creating fake data to populate the spheres, but obviously we want to read that from the database, right? But it was good for me to just do some tests. But I think we have it. I think we have it. The 150 is not perfectly centered. I can move the sphere a bit to the right. That's it. But we are very close. I mean, I can reduce the font. I can reduce the font to move it by a little. Okay, so I think it's working. We just need to change the spline. The spline, I don't like it too much. And then Zwei will work on the colors. I think we will change the colors. Will not stay exactly like this. It will be slightly different or very different. I don't know. Let me see what happens if we add in the background the sky thing. I don't know if it will look nice or not, but let me go in the sample project, which is quicker. So if I put in the background the let me put a plane. Let me put a plane in the background because I think there is no plane at the moment. And let me turn it this way. And let me make it way bigger. And let me put it at the back. I think I need to make it super big. If it needs to cover the wall camera, 777 is nothing. Why is acting up so much? So let me take the y of this. The y is 0. Okay, so I can put the 0 here as well. Let me make it, I don't know, like this. To move it down, make it way larger. Okay. Ah! The spheres now, but okay. Yeah, obviously, because there is a white background, so they are fucking up. I don't know. So if on this one I use the material, I need to get the material from here. Zodiac space. We put it in our sphere menu under textures. Right. And import. And we create a material out of this. And we set the material to, what was it? To UI. Okay. And we set the material to our thing. It's a bit stretched. It's becoming green here, I don't know why. The spheres are becoming green. Maybe it's their color. But I don't know if I like it. I think black is better. Also because if the background was moving, maybe. But if it's standing completely still, what do you think? I don't know. I don't think it's a great idea. I think there is already enough, enough mess of colors and things moving, then an additional background is not really adding much. Huh. By the way, if you see, the background is changing color. When I zoom, when I have this one which is very very emissive, so there is a lot of light, the background is getting darker, and then after some time you see slowly becoming lighter and lighter. That's interesting. But I don't think, well, one of the issues that is stretched. Maybe if I make it the same proportion, 16:9, maybe it will not be stretched, and so it will look better. Because at the moment, I'm putting in a square something that probably is not a square, or not. I'm putting in a square, well, it's not a square because it's 1317, but I think I'm stretching it. Because the original is this thing, which is not bad at all. I like it, but for some reason, well, first of all, it's rotated 90 degrees. We have the same issue of rotation. I don't know why these planes are rotating so by themselves. I have no idea. You put a plane into the world and automatically it's rotated. I don't know why. Yes, now I think is the right. Now is the right thing. So let me do the opposite. 1713. Yes, now is the right. Yeah, now is the right. Is the right thing. I think it's still a bit stretched or not. Let me look at this one at the bottom. Slightly. So probably if I do 18, we start to look like more like the original, even more. 20. Yes. Even a bit more. 21. Yes, I think 21 is his thing. Okay. 21 divided by 13, how much is it? 21 divided by 13 is 1.6. The ratio of this is 1920 divided by 1920 divided by 1808. 1.77. It's still not the right ratio. 1.77. I did 21 by 13. I did 21 by 13. 21 by 14. No, the opposite. By 12. 21 by 12. Yeah. Well, it's in between, but yes, 21 by 12 will be more as sides actually. It is more the way it should be. Okay. So that is how it's designed to be. Now, does it look nice? Does it add anything? Can it be more at the back? No, because we are losing. I think it was in the right spot actually. If I move it more at the back, I think we lose the borders. And it is kind of the maximum. But I don't know if this background is actually adding anything or is just making it a mess. What do you think? Or I tile it. I can tile it 4 times. So it looks even more distant, you know. I don't know, I'm not very passionate about that. By the way, now the number is wrong also here. But anyway, someone will figure it out, okay? So I think we are good. I'm not an artist and so it's fine. You want to randomize the point in the middle? Well, we can randomize the point a lot if you want. We can randomization is pretty easy. We can just go here in the build spline. It is in the sample project, okay? So we're not changing the real project, but we could randomize this by 1 meter, so by 100 easily all the time. So we could let's do it for the zoom, which is the one that we use the most. And this one was still hard coded. Okay. So the middle point we can do a random range, I think it is. Random integer in range, yes. And we can randomize from 0 to 1 meter. I think 1 meter would be okay. And we can do it 3 times. And we can add this value to this value. So we can add this to a constant. Make constant, no? Make integer, no. Make something. Make literal int. Okay, this one. So minus 120, and we can have a minus 70. We can have here 90. So these are exactly the same original values, right? Then we randomize them all by 1 meter. So we randomize them all by 1 meter. This is only for the pick, not for the return, okay? So we will work only for the pick, I think. Only for the zoom, yes. So now, when we click on this thing, it went behind us. Continuously going behind us. It seems it's going always in the same place, I don't know why. Okay, let's do this. The X, I think we should not touch the X. Let me see. The X, we should not touch it too much. We should touch the Y and the Y and the Z. Right? Otherwise we go behind us. So actually we can decide to avoid randomizing the X completely. Or randomize it very, very little, like 10, I don't know, from minus 10 to plus 10, but very, very little. Minus 20, let's do minus 20 plus 20. Right? This one we should randomize plus and minus, by the way, so it should be minus 60 horizontally. So the Y, I think we can randomize it quite a bit. The Z also, I think, is no problem. The problem is that our point is not exactly in the middle, unfortunately, because our point, you see, is minus 120 on the X. Okay, minus 70. I think we should do 0, 0 here. And then randomize more horizontally. So on the Y, I think we can do even minus 200. Minus 200 and 200. On the Z, I don't know. Let's do minus 150, 150. I think it can be even more than this, huh? So when you're picking, yeah, it kind of changes, you know. Now he went to the left now, before he went to the right. Now he went here. I don't know if it makes any, I mean, I don't know if he has any value, you know, if he has any value to do these kind of things, but I mean, I would prefer like a spiral, you know, for example, like a spiral thing. How to make a spiral? I don't know. But yeah, whenever you pick it, now it's randomizing it a bit. It's a very simple trajectory because there are only 3 points, you know, so it is what is making it stupid because it's only 3 points. And it's not really, so we can add more points just for fun and see what happens. So the end point will be always this, and the other points, I don't know if I do this if you randomize all the time. No, I will not randomize all the time. I need to make different vectors, but I can do different vectors. I can have one vector here, one vector here, one vector here, why not? But I don't know if he has value, you know, value meaning that anyone will notice and it will make it more or less beautiful. I don't know. So how do? I have to duplicate all of this shit. Oh my god. I think I have to. Well, the best will be to make a function. Okay, so we could drop this into a function, and well, we can do it right now. And we call it randomize. And well, now the difference is that we have to call it, but it's okay. We can call it. So we can call it one time, one time, one time. So now we will have 3 different points completely randomized. The sphere will move on in 1 second. Then we could change the timing because actually I think the timing is pretty relevant. It will be very quick. If the path is long, it will move too quick, you know. So we can decide to change the timing of the sphere. But I don't know. So like, it went like dan, you know, like. So it's a bit schizophrenic. I don't know. It's going left and right, left and right. But at least it proves the point, you know, that it works. If I show the splines that we generated, that is the spline that we generated, is this thing. You know, so starting from there, going here, going down here, then going back here, going up, and then going down. So this is the craziness of the spline that we generated. It's fine. What I would say is a spline. But I don't think he has any value actually. Because, you know, it's not generating a pattern that is nice to look at. So it's not a pattern that has any harmony in it. It's just a pattern that is random. And I think a random pattern will not help us. If we try to make something that is harmonized, then I think it'll be nicer. So if I take the problem is that we'll have to do it specular left from right, you know, because if you do a spiral, it will never work unless you do it properly. But let's try to make a spiral. So if I click on the left one, right, and I assume I'm keeping my z. Wait a second. So we had minus 120, 0, 0, minus 120. Minus 120, 0, 0. What was that? Minus 120, 0, 0. Why minus 120? Because it's the x is the. Okay, so minus 120 we keep it. And I think it should also be a bit more, by the way, but so it's more distant from us. But then we go x. I don't know if the y it goes negative at the left or positive at the left. It goes positive at the left, and it goes positive at the top. Okay, so, and I think we can go significantly, right? We can go, 200 or 300 easy. So the first point will be minus 200 and plus 200. Then the second point staying at minus 20, so this minus 20 would be equal for everyone, right? Then the second point will be minus 200. No, wait. Yes, minus 200 and z minus 200. And then this one will be plus 200 and z will be not plus 200, otherwise it goes back to where it was. Well, okay, let's say maybe plus 150, so it starts to be a bit concentrical, and it starts to be a spiral kind of thing, and then it goes into the middle. So obviously this one works only for the one that is at the top left. Okay, if I do it on the right one, it will not really work well. We didn't see it because it was, I think it's 120 is too much. So the x goes positive where this the x is minus. Okay, I have to go way minus if you want to see it. So minus 220 is really nothing. So let's do minus 420. Minus 420 has some chances of being shown. Okay, let's see. We miss a fourth point, I guess. Yeah, we miss a fourth point here in the bottom. I think we need another point. Well, I think I would like a kind of a spiral movement, you know. So we miss the one at the bottom left. So the y can be 200, but the z should be minus something. Should be minus 100. Let's try minus 100. Minus 150. So this way will be touching the bottom left more. Yeah. But I don't know. Do you like it? I don't know if I. I think I was liking it the one before more. Whoop! I mean, it's a bit stupid that it goes that way. I mean, we can reduce it. We can reduce it. So instead of we can reduce these numbers a lot. So to 100, 100, and everything. Make everything 100. So it will be much smaller circle. Way smaller circle. Actually, kind of half of it. Like this. So it is like, yeah. I mean, like this is okay, I think. It's still a bit silly, but. Do you like it? I don't know. Let me try this side. This side is trying to do the same, but it's already starting on the right, you know. It feels a bit mechanical. I don't know. It feels like it doesn't feel like a curve. It feels like I don't like it. I really don't like it. The only thing I can do, I can have. Yeah, on this side is nice. I mean, on this side, you know, I think the only thing we can do that if is on the left. If on the left, the point will be on the right, so it does a bit of a swing. If it's on the right, the point is on the left, so it does a swing on the other side. That I think the only thing that we should do. And then I think we can call it done. Otherwise, we spend the whole day trying to do this. But I think I want only 1 point, right? Ouch. I need to click on remove manually each one. So I think the original idea of 1 point only in the middle was okay. The only thing is that it should do it based on the input, which is the how do I know it? I know it because I have the number. So if I get the category index out of this, if I get the category index and is randomized, now we call it get middle point. I think if we do get middle point, and this get middle point is getting as an input nothing of this, but is getting no, fuck, that was correct. The output was good. I had to change the input. The input is category index. So the category index is telling me so if I do get middle point, category index, let me remove all of that because it's too messy. Okay. Well, I can also return a vector, maybe it's a bit easier, eh? What do you think? Let me return a vector, so... Oops. Middle point. Choose a vector. By the way, basically watching me, you are learning how to use Unreal, no? So if the so we can switch on the category index. The category index goes from 0 to 8, 0 to 7, because there are 8 categories. And we can decide, if you want to change it really for all the categories, or you want to have some categories that are basically going to be the same spline. But I would say that if we are on the left, I think the top two can follow the same line. The bottom two can, let's do something like that. So I think we can have these two, 1 and 0, without randomization though. We just have to make 3 literals, right? That's the only, and then we have to make a vector at the end. Well, the vector is here, so we can just split the structure, and that's it. No. We need to make the vector, otherwise it will not work. We need different return nodes. So I think we will have 4. I think we will have 4 of those. And so in terms of deepness, I think we can stay at the minus. What was the original? No idea. I think we can go back to the real project and check it, because the only place where it's still alive, that thing. Build spline. The original, the middle point was 300, 100, 100, really? So the X was 300. Okay. The X was 300. I think it was negative, but anyway. The X was 300. Then, so this one will be equal for everyone, I would say. This one will be equal for everyone. Then, for these ones, we will do, instead of 100, 100, no, I think for this one, 100, 100 is perfect. Right? Which is exactly, well, I don't make a float, so I don't have to do the conversion, right? It's much better. So all this will match automatically without doing stupid conversions, and they are not needed. So so this will be like this, and the first two will go there. Now the second and the third, which are the one at the bottom left, right? The one that are at the bottom left, I think they can go a bit more up, right? They can go a bit more up, so I think they can go so to go up, I think we need to push this number for the Y can stay the same. For the Z can go way higher, so the Z will be like 300. I think this one can go lower though. It can go, the Z of this, I think can go minus 100. Let's try. So here it will be like this for these guys, for number 2 and number 3. Then for number 4 and number 5, which are the top right, These are the top right. They will go here, by the way. And they can go still the same number here, still the same number here. They can go what? So we are picking. I lost myself. 4 and 5 are the top right. Okay, they are the top right. So they have to go bottom left, right? In the curve. So bottom left for us is minus to the left. Is minus to the left. Or is plus to the left. Is plus to the left. Then why we have 100 here? Should be minus 100. I don't understand why we have 100 here then. I think it's because we do the minus thing and it is fucking up my reasoning, you know. I think that all of that in reality is minus. I think all the signs are the opposites, unfortunately. I think all the signs are the opposite because we subtract this vector. Yeah, that's the problem. We subtract this vector. So all the signs are the opposite of what it should be. But anyway, so 3 and 4, I think they should go. We said they have to go bottom left. They have to go bottom left, which in theory should be positive, but considering we are subtracting, it should be negative. So this will be minus 100 in the y, and like minus 300 in the z. And then the last ones, this one should go the top left, and so we can go the same deepness here, but in terms of vertical we can go plus 300. I think these two are inverted, by the way. This 300 should be, this minus 300 should be plus 300 because we subtract, and this one should be minus 300. But anyway, we will see. We will test it and see 1 second. But anyway, they should give us 4 different positions, I think. So, what happened here? Why we don't have our make vector anymore? It was here. I don't know. Didn't see it. Okay. Fucked up somehow. So here we are making the middle point, right? Yes, based on the category position. Okay. I don't know what will happen, boys. No idea. No idea. So this one, yeah, I'm clicking on the top left. In theory, it should go down a bit. Okay. Evidently not. Did I do the minus? Or did I did not do it. Middle point. Wait. I didn't do the minus with my position, right? Because this is the, well, the position is 0 in this case. No, it's correct. So this is how it should be. Why they're going so far away? I changed the x so much. The x is 300, so let me do the x minus 300 for a second. Okay. Why it goes there? 4 5. What? So that is 4 5, right? That is 4 5. Y 4 5 goes Y 4 5. Yeah, it's okay. Reality is 300 is okay, but maybe it's a bit too much. I mean, we should do 200. I think 300 is a bit too much. All the 300s are a bit over calculated. All the 300, but this one should go more to the right, way more to the right. Can you do 200? Let me test the 4 and 5 a second. It's still staying here. Why? Is it the 4? Really the 4 or not? I don't know if the category index is correct. 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Ah, fuck! It starts from 0, huh? Shit. 1 second. It starts from 0. So the 4 is actually... Wait. So what I'm testing now is 2 and 3. Yes. What I'm testing now is 2 and 3. That's why I was confused. Bro, why the 200 goes to the left? Why? Do you want minus 200? You have to go the other way. The other way. Yeah, exactly. Why minus 200 works? Why minus 200 works? I have no idea. But anyway, the minus works. So we are on the other side. Okay. So like this one is okay now. So it does a bit of a swing. No, not this one. It does a bit of a swing, in that direction. And this one does a bit of a swing in the same direction. Now it's a bit too much maybe, so we can, try to shorten it a bit. But you get the idea. Okay, I will figure it out. I think I'm done with this part. I will try to. I will spend some time whenever I want to go there and tweak all the numbers. Or some one of you, if you want, you can do it. Go and tweak the numbers forever, and try to find the right trajectories. For now, I will keep it as it is. But yeah, I think that at least the left and right would be nice to have. Right now, another thing that I want to do. Is the zodiac thingy. The zodiac thingy, I think, is interesting. So let's abandon this for a second. So because before this, right? Before this, there is the selection of the zodiacs. And it is maybe where the background now will make more sense. Now the question is, do we want to have another location for the zodiacs, or do we want to use this and just hide this stuff? Well, I think we can just put it here on the right, actually. I think it's perfectly fine. Do you think that if I move this, and this, everything will work, or something will go really crazy? If I move these three objects, because all positions are relative to that, so in theory, right? In theory, if I move these three objects a bit to the right, which is what I need, why that is not moving? Because I got the wall. No, I don't want the wall. I want the yoga thing. I want the sphere, the yoga thing, and the camera. Where is the camera? I don't see it. It's down here. Why is down here? Why is down here? Why is it not inside the podium thingy? Okay, now it's inside the podium thingy. So if I take the camera, the sphere, and the yoga guy, right, and I move all of this a bit to the right, should not make any in the light. The splines make no difference, but I should get also the light. Huh? Is this one? No. Is this one? Can we rename it? Point light. Let's say light choice point light. Life choice point light. And also this one, I want to make it inside of the podium somehow. Yes. Okay. So now it should be a bit easier to select everything. Maybe we can make a folder, which is called, because these point lights are actually the one of the podium. These point lights, yes, you say, are the one inside of here. So I think we can have like podium point light. I think I can just do this. It's probably easy. Podium point light 1, podium point light 2. And here I can have my life choice camera, life choice point light, and life choice point sphere. So it's a bit easier to find. The splines, well, the splines I think I will use them only for this, but also I should not rename them because I think that is a reference. Okay. So I use a tag, but anyway. So if I get this, and this, I think I have all my items referring to this level, right? No, I'm the yoga guy. Yoga guy. Wait a second. I moved it. Yeah, I moved it. Yoga guy. Let's move it. Let's call also the yoga thing. Let's call it life choice position plane. So they're all close to each other and no possibility to make a mess. Yes, and the two splines. Okay, if I move all of this a bit to the right, right, which I think it should still be enough, more than enough space, for the visualization. I would like to have another camera like this one. So we'll just duplicate it, I guess. And this camera will be used for the zodiacs, right? So let me duplicate this. This one will be called zodiacs camera. Zodiacs camera, and then I will have a zodiacs plane, I guess. So I can duplicate this one. Oops. I can duplicate this, make it in front of this, and I will call it zodiacs plane. Okay, so this one, as we said, must be of very different sides. So it should be 21 by 12. 21 by 12. Wow. Okay. I think it still fits. Okay. And so I think we need to move the camera a bit up. Yes. And this one will use the new zodiacs plane texture. right? Now, on top of this, I will need to have a few things. I will need to have, I don't know, wait. I think I can avoid this and I can just put my UI, right? Because I have a UI with the zodiacs at the back. The problem is that the UI will be in front. That's very annoying. No, the background, I think I can leave it like this. So it stays as a background. Then my UI will not have the Zodiac's UI. The Zodiac's UI will be different. The Zodiac's UI will be the Zodiac's UI. Did I make it already or not? I remember I made it. Characters, okay, easy. So I think this background we can avoid. I think it can stay in the 3D world. But we need to have a text which is actually the description of the thing. And this one will have a description which can be pretty long. It can be, now I'm taking this text, which is not exactly the right text because we're going to change it. But just to have an example of text, okay, if I do wrap, okay, so this will be the text in the middle, which will be changed based on the selection that you do. So this will be text zodiacs. Now, what I need to have the symbols actually rotating around this. The problem is how to make the symbols, right? How to make the symbols? Well, I think the symbols we can create a new actor, because on the actor I may need it's basically an actor made of a plane. Is basically an actor made of a plane, yes, with a material, yes. So I can add a new blueprint. Actually, can we split this blueprint in a way that is more reasonable, because at the moment is not. So let me create a new folder and we call it character creation. Okay, character creation. I think it would be a bit easier. So in character creation, we need to move our life object and our spline object and our choice manager. So all of those are part of character creation. I don't want to see them in this mess. So we'll move them here. Is there anything else that I did? No, I think I didn't add anything else. Okay, moved it. You see that he created these redirectors? Every time you move something, it creates these redirectors, which are basically the pointers to the previous name. Okay, so Now we move that here. So we can create here another blueprint, another actor, right? Which we will call Zodiac or Zodiac sign. Maybe Zodiac sign is okay. So on the Zodiac sign, we have 10 Zodiac signs already known. So I think for me, they could also be directly created. I don't think I need anything else. So if I rotate this thing 90 degrees and I save it, let me just check what happens when I put it into the wall, because sometimes when you put things into the wall, they are not always facing the way you think it should be facing. Okay, now it's facing the right way. Okay. Now I have no idea how big this thing should be, but I want them to. So we have 10 to place, right? Each one with his own symbol. Now, do we want to create them on the fly, or do we want to have them already predetermined? I think we can have them predetermined. I mean, they will just stay here. They will just stay here. I think it's not a problem. Now, the only issue I have is that this thing, I think I need to make it another project though, because if I do it in this project, I will go crazy with the test. I think I will go super crazy with the test. It will take me too much to test every time. Yes, I need to make it in a new project, or I use the same sphere menu, but I don't think so. I don't want to make it a mess, so I think I can duplicate the whole sphere menu and just make another project where we work on the zodiacs, and then when we are done. So sphere menu. Let me just copy it all, and yeah, I think I can. If I just duplicate this, I will basically have to delete everything, but there is so much save files. I mean, auto backups that are taking so much space when you copy something like this. So let's call it Zodiac menu. Okay, Zodiac's menu, and let's close the other one because anyway, at this point I don't need this anymore. I don't know. Yes, save what you need to save. Okay, do what you need to do. And we open this one. Now this one we will change it. We will call it Zodiac menu. And then we will launch it. And so we can do the changes in this project. I think it's much better. If I do it on the main plane shift one, it will take me ages to just test, because I have to start the server, start the client. Okay, so now we have the same project. Now I hope it works. It should work the same way. Yes, it works the same way. Okay, and fine. So now in this project we want to ditch pretty much everything. We want to ditch this. We can keep the splines. I think the splines we will use them. Yeah, I think the spline we will use. The life choice object we don't need anymore. Again, we need to create a new actor. which is called zodiac sign, right? So I'm just redoing what I did on the other project, but so we need to add a plane. What? Yes. And this plane, I just need to rotate it 90 degrees this way. Okay. And for now, let's keep it as big as it is, and then we will see if we have to scale it. Now, in terms of material, now we need to import all the materials though, because we have a significant number of materials. The materials, I think I have them in another place. I think I have it in my other laptop, which is actually here, and I have it somewhere. Somewhere here. Okay. So these are all the signs that we have, and I want to extract all of that. In my real projects. Yes. Inside zodiacs. Inside content. Inside actions. Okay, so I would like to move all this stuff here. Okay. So now you realized that there is new stuff to import. We can say import. Okay, so now we have all our signs here. I think we can delete all the rest, by the way, but okay, so we have all our signs. Now, for each of those, we need a material, though, because if we don't have a material, it will not work, right? So we're creating one material for each. Now, the best will probably be to have one master material and then having instances for each one, right? Otherwise, it would be a mess to change them. I don't remember how to do that, but I think that if we have one sign material and then we assign in the instance only the texture as a parameter, I think that would be the way to do it. Let me try. So all of this should be deleted actually. So I can make one material which will be called zodiac sign master, right? And the zodiac sign master, what I need to have this one as a variable. Now I don't remember how to do this. I convert to parameter. Perfect. So it is the texture, the zodiac texture. Okay. So this one is a parameter you can actually access from outside of this material, right? And now for now we will go super easy. So we will just input that, but in the future we may have, so first of all I want to have it translucent, I guess, and I want to have my A into the opacity. Okay, so now it's okay, which is nice. Now I don't remember how to do the glow effect, but what we will need, for example, is this thing to glow, but we can get it from we can get Unreal Engine material glow effect and see if we can just material input, the emissive, but can I do emissive with translucent? Yes, I can. So if I do like this, it will glow more. Hopefully. Okay, apart from this, I can go and check, advertising.
Guys,
so the only thing I need.
parameter and call this because serial instance. Let's close this.
So the only thing I need is when it creates, so it's multiplying the emission parameters by the color. Okay, so it's basically multiplying the text. So in our case, we'll be multiplying this by a certain value. And we can decide how much to multiply, I guess. So if I do like 5, it will be very, very bright. I think we need to test it in game, but okay, let's assume that this is our, multiplication, our thing for the emission, and then we will fix it. So this is Zodiac Sign Master. Then I want to create, an instance of this, which, for example, I will call Azord material, right? Which will be this one. And in this material, I will just change the texture. In this case, it's exactly this one because it's the first, but then I will do, another one. Create instance. This one I will call it Biari material. And this one will have, is Biari thingy and so on. Okay, so basically, let's use these two for now. I have the possibility to assign to each the master material where I do the majority of the work, and then on the material I just assign the texture. Then I can also have the emission if you want, or the color of emission, which will be nice. Yeah, if I add the color on top, I think it would be easier for me to do the glow. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me just remove the creation of the spheres in this thing, okay, because we really don't need it, since now is another project. So let me remove from the blueprint, open level blueprint, let me remove all of this. I think we don't need any of that. Right? Well, let's say the creation of the UI, we still need it. But apart from that, let me think about it. Yeah, all of this. Well, searching the splines. Well, we will need searching the splines. For sure, we will need searching the splines. I think we will have 10 splines in this project. Now, the life choice manager. I think we can use the same class maybe and just add a bit of functionality to it. It could be nice. So I don't have to go crazy, and redo it. I just remove the simple data. Let's keep this. Let's remove the destiny left, which is not really needed. Let's keep this for now, which are 2 splines. We have 2 splines. Let's create our Zodiac UI. The Zodiac UI, I can get it from the other project because I've created it, so at least we can reuse it. By the way, guys, if you have any questions, please. I'm focused on what I'm doing, but the reason I stream is that I can interact with you, so it's no problem if you have any questions or anything. So I can copy this asset, which was under UI main menu. I can copy it here. Okay. There's a copy of a file of about, I don't know, 100K. It's thinking a lot. My Explorer crashed. At least he copied it. Okay, so if we go under UI, we should have our UI now. Yes. Well, the only problem is not referencing the right texture, but that's okay. No, but we said we don't want it, right? Yeah, we said we don't want it. So we don't want to have this image on it. Why we don't have the text? I saved it with the text. No? Dang. Let me try again. Maybe I didn't save it. I didn't save it. Okay, let me save it and recopy it. So here, 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 and here. Okay. Okay, now we should have the new version. And this project. In this project. Okay. What is doing? I don't understand. Why is not taking it? He has it in memory or something? Okay. Let me delete it. So we cannot have it in memory, okay? I'm copying this asset down here. Okay, I want it to be exactly the same. Okay, no. I think he still had it in memory for some reason. I could reload from, thank you, Gian. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, so we want just the text in the middle, and then what we want to have all the zodiacs, running around. Now, I think I will use splines to have them move from one location to the other. And I think I will launch, yes, I think so. I don't know if there is a better way to move an object, but I think no, so I will do it that way, I think. Now setup categories we don't need anymore. And all the rest should be fine. Now, the widget we need to create our new Zodiac widget and set it in this guy, I guess. And all this can be deleted. Okay. Hey Hula, yeah, I think that we are already doing something new. We have some parts that we didn't show you yet, but are definitely new. On the graphical side, there are many parts that are improved, maybe not completely new, but improved. This part of the character creation is new. We have some ability to put symbols on objects, which we didn't have before. Now it's not full into the game, but it's something that we have, which is nice and new, and so on. So I definitely we will have new pieces, but let's say the hard work at the moment is to enable the game to actually run in a improved and newer platform like Unreal Engine. Until we get to that point, I'm trying to do as little changes and improvement as possible, because I don't want to find myself into debugging new functionality too much. Even for this character creation thing is a good example. I decided to do it, and it's taking me some weeks to actually sort it out, and the reason is that it's completely new, so it's delaying the project a bit, but I think it's worth it. So I think it's a balance. It's a balance between new things and old things, and we need to be sure that we don't overdo it with the new ones, because if we overdo it, I think will be messy. I don't know why it becomes bright. The more you stay, the more it becomes bright. So it starts like dark, and then it becomes bright, like if it's the sunset. No, so the sunrise. But yes, we are expanding it, so I think we are adding new stuff. Like for example, in the old game, the grass on the ground was very bad, and now we are adding grass pretty much everywhere with bushes and things like that. Also, the trees will look nicer. The lights, all the shadows and the lights will look nicer. So it will already be a good improvement. Also, the character movement. The character movement in the old game was very very stiff. I was feeling not really good. Now the movement, thanks to Unreal Engine, we have a much better movement. So I think the players um, will already feel a big difference, compared to what we had in the past. Okay, so what was this? Control Shift Center something? Okay. Okay. No. I guess on text is not possible, so it's the content, otherwise it becomes one line. Okay, so maybe I can have the vertical alignment exists. But anyway, we don't care. So I have this, right? I have this. What we need to do, we need to have the text displaying the text displayed. So when I create my UI, so I'm creating the character creation zodiacs. Yes. I think in this case should be visible by default. So I should have my text in the middle, which will appear only when I click. Now this text is really too big. I think I need to significantly reduce the text. Otherwise, I will never be able to have signs, floating around. I mean, I don't know if I want them to rotate and move, or the player will just select them. I mean, the selection is obviously much simpler, but so so I have my zodiac sign now. Zodiac sign. So should I set the materials? Wow, it's really emitting. Should I set the material programmatically, or should I just create 10 and fuck it? I don't know. I mean, in theory, I can create 10, and when they are done, they are done. Let me try to set one material to this guy. Hmm. Mm. The background is so strong. The post processor without exposure? I could pay. I don't even know if I have a post processor here. It's not in the level, so probably is the default somewhere. Post processing, custom depth stencil pass. Whenever the custom depth pass in tab is enabled, enable and demon save memory. Custom depth, enable alpha channel. I don't know. I don't have a post processing volume, but maybe there is a default, that is enabling it anyway. At least not in this project. I can add one, and so maybe we'll do something. Can do one unbound and then see. It's doing the same. But maybe on this one there will be some exposure compensation. There is nothing enabled, so everything is disabled in this thing. The exposure compensation. There is an exposure brightness. You mean this one mixed? So if I put it to 0, what happens? 0 and 0. It's too much. Holy moly! Look at that. There is 0. Imagine what 1 is. I mean, bro, that is 0. Okay, it works the opposite way. Okay. So I put it to 1 and 1. So, okay. Okay, so yeah, my sign is kind of there, but it's not really, it's not really shiny as I want him to shine. Because there are no lights. No, there is a light. It's not shining, but someone else will figure out the shininess. I guess Dre or someone else will find out the shininess. Now I just need to understand how I want to do it. Now 10 of those is really a lot. So I think it will occupy much of the space, Can I delete this freaking sphere? Thank you. 10 of those I think is a lot. 10 of those. I think if I create them programmatically, it will be a bit faster. Or I just put 10. There is any difference in performance? 0. So I think it's quicker for me to just do it like this. Okay, now this one is not oriented right anymore. Why? This happened to me already a few times, that when I delete the root, everything goes to shit. I don't know why. Everything goes crazy. If I remove this one and put it again, it will be wrong. Yes, exactly. So I need to rotate it now. Very strange. It happened to me already one time. The plane has no rotation, but in this one the plane has a rotation, minus 90. In this one, the plane doesn't have a rotation. You see? But I think now the engine is kind of going to be crazy because actually for me it's the same object. You can put it manually, but this means that what I see in my preview is no more correct for some reason. Yeah, in fact it's just the preview that is fucked up. So now this one is wrong, so I have to rotate it again. Okay, so I think that is how it works. Huh? I cannot rotate it. Why? If I don't have a root, I cannot rotate it. I have to rotate it in again. Interesting. Okay. I can rotate it here, is no problem. Okay, so I need to have 10 of these thingies on screen. So I think I can just massively duplicate. I have 6 now, so if I take 5 more and duplicate, 4 more and duplicate, I think I will have the right number. So I have 10 of these thingies, and I should decide how to place them, how big they should be, if and how they should rotate. And each one should have his own texture, obviously. But yeah, they should all have the same Z if possible. I don't know which Z, but this Z seems to be okay. So if I take the Z of this guy, can I do it on all of them? Was not the Z. Was the X. Okay. So if I take the X, okay, nice. So, problem is that I don't know if I like it, but I don't know if I like it. Well, they should be much more emissive and glowing and maybe moving a bit. I don't know, we can animate them a bit, like they slightly float. It could be nice. Even if constellations usually don't float, but they are standing pretty much still. I think I can make them bigger. I don't know how much bigger, but can do a scale of 1.5. Scale 1.5 sounds okay. Now, if I have to change the material for each... Ah! Why? Why the rotation is always fucked up in these objects? I don't get it. Now that I remove the... It's also this one is probably this way, huh? No. Yes. They are all rotated. So annoying. If I select them all, can I select plane? No, that was too easy. Huh? Well, I could rotate it in the origin in this one, but I can. We said I cannot. I cannot rotate it. If there is no root, I cannot rotate it. I don't know why, but I cannot. But the root was annoying. Okay, it's not too much of a trouble to rotate them. I can rotate them, no problem. I can rotate, no problem. But how do we want these things to be? We want them to float a bit. We want them to shine a bit. It would be nice if they could shine, not in a even fashion, but like in a pulse. I think I need to make the materials for all of them. I don't know if I want to do it now, but you get the idea, right? So there will be, each one will have a slightly different symbol. Right, and so on. Yeah, they are not emitting. I don't see them emitting anything. Even if I have the emission color connected, I don't see any kind of emission. I don't see any kind of emission of any kind.
Is material editor now and define a material instance. Color so that it's to do for the image. Now save this, and here we go. This is the preview of our blue emissive material.
Emission 50. For sure. I think I have emission 2. Yeah, now they are shining more. Now they are definitely more shiny. Still don't know if I like it, but I mean, to make it interesting somehow, they should float a bit. Maybe they should be, one of them. I mean, when they are selected, when one is selected, it should change color somehow and come more to the front. So be highlighted somehow. So like this one may come, way to the front. And maybe change color slightly. So how do I do the color change? I can do it by, so if in the master I put another parameter which is the color, can I just put the color as a multiplication of this as well, or what? Because this guy was doing it how? This guy was doing it, it was in the texture though, the color was in the texture. Can I add this to, can I add this to a color? Color what? Color. What is the color? There is a vertex color, there is a particle color.
Also a constant.
It's just a
vector
constant.
3.
Okay, it's just a constant. GG. It's just a constant. I mean, it should not be. Oops, constant 3. It should not be a specific. Thank you, Gian. Yeah. I realized it now. I thought it was a color type, but there is not a color type. Hmm. Hmm. Slightly. Doesn't really change much. I guess this guy went completely out of the picture. Wait. Why didn't save my master? I have a new parameter, no? I added a new parameter, so can I apply? Okay. Yeah, it's changed now. It was just a matter of clicking on apply and doing the thing I should have been done from the beginning. But yeah, I think the color works. So anyway, this engine is very insane. I mean, it's very good. It's so easy to do stuff. It's so easy. Imagine doing this stuff, normally. I mean, like pure C++. GG. Totally impossible. I mean, not impossible, but 20 times harder. Okay, so boom. So we have our now they are shining a bit more. So yeah, I was thinking that maybe one of them can, you know, can come to the front. I don't know if I want them. I don't know if I want, you know, those thingies to rotate somehow. So like that when one is selected, whichever it is, they start to move. Or if maybe we just leave, you know, a space like here on the left, and one just becomes bigger and comes, you know, to the right. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it would be okay. Go to the left. So I could leave them. I could leave. I don't want to overdo it. Okay, again, I mean, it's just a zodiac selection. I don't want to overdo it, but at the same time, you know, when you are thinking about it, new ideas come to your mind, and so we could have, you know, the 10 be everywhere except here on the left in any location, and then when one is selected, and they can also have, you know, slightly uneven positions, I think is fine. And then when one is selected, that one goes, then one goes into the location, which is here at the left of the text, which is kind of here at the left. I don't know if I like it. I don't like too much the way it is. I don't know. I think I need other ideas on how to do it. Or I connect them with a line. I don't know. I think these things like randomly placed, you know, it's not very nice to see them. It's like it's a bit. Let me put the other ones in. I think it will not take too much. We could slightly change the color now that we have the color capability. Maybe we make them based on seasons or based on something. Maybe they have slightly different colors. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Novari, eh? Novari. I don't remember who invented those names, but someone invented those names. I don't even know if they have a meaning in any language, so we didn't do any kind of check, you know, if in one language maybe one of them is a bad word or whatever. So we didn't do that. They're just the way it is, but I think that by now someone would have told us probably if that was the case. Some are pretty weird, like this one Quintal with a H. So I don't think he has any specific translation, but so I go here, I go here. I mean, at the moment I'm just creating the assets while I'm thinking if I want it in another way, you know. What can be a nice way to present 10 signs? It's just the zodiac selection, but it's the first. Yeah, it is. Well, actually, the first is the character selection, right? This one, where you are selecting your race. and you are picking the race, the gender, the name, and the traits. So this one is the first. Maybe also this one we can change. You know, we could remove the background. We could remove the background, you know, like this, and just go in a more 3D, fully 3D world. I like the background, but you know, the backgrounds like this are a bit old-fashioned. I mean, I don't think any game today has a UI. You know, UI do not exist anymore. I mean, we have them because we had them 20 years ago, but I mean, this UI has been designed, I don't know, in 2004 or 3 or 2 or 1, I don't know, don't remember, but I mean, it's a very old UI. So maybe we can remove it and go full 3D and have the option just next to your character, and it will be much better. So we should do a test without the UI, because UIs are so. So we have to think about it. I have to think about it. You have to think about it with me and suggest what you think is best. You know? We are still missing a few. We're still missing 3. But anyway, this work had to be done, so the fact that I did it now is good, because anyway, this duplication of the materials and all this work had to be done, so it's good that I did it. So at least is what was this? By the way, we have 2 that are pretty much named the same, or not? No, we don't. There's this one that is named Undin and another is named Unodin, but I think it's just a misspell of this one. So yeah, I think it should be Unodin. Unodin sounds better, by the way. Iolanen material. Okay. Okay, we're nearly there, eh? We're nearly there. We're nearly there, don't fear. Create material instance. So this one is the last one, which is Indolin. Yindolin. Okay. Fine. Pretty much okay. Okay. So we have all 10 now. So the easy part is done, which was creating the materials. They all shine a lot, maybe even too much now. Yeah, I think it's too much, but you know, we can tweak it very easily with the master material. So we can decide that 50 is too much. Let me just check what happens if you boost it even more. So instead of 50, you do like 500. What happens? The monitor is exploding. Holy moly! Let me see what happens. Boom! Wow, so nice. I mean, you cannot see the symbol anymore, and some of them start to be flickering like crazy. I mean, it's like hurting my eyes, but anyway, it's good to know that it works. Okay, 500 is definitely too much. 50 was already too much. Let's try at 35. So one thing that we can do is that for the one that is selected, we can change the color and we can change the brightness a bit. Yeah, I think like this. Why the one at the bottom seems to be more shiny than the one at the top? Like there is a sort of, or just because they have more lines. I think it's because the symbol is more complex. Yeah, it's because the symbol is more complex, so there are more lines close to each other, and so it looks like it's shining more. Or the lines are more, are heavier, you know, maybe. That's probably the reason. Okay, nice. Now what we do? Now we need to decide. I mean, the spline. I mean, we could have this thing move if we want. Like, so I can have one of those go like, whoop, when it's selected. Like going whoop, when it's selected, going here and improving, and increasing. You can make some kind of light effect. Yeah, I can have the light. If I have the emission very low for them at the beginning, and then only when they are selected, when you mouse over, we could have it with the mouse over. You mouse over and they like go lit. That maybe could be nice. Can we do that? Can we do a mouse over and they lit up? I can make this also parameter, right? Which is the emission. So to do it on mouse over, I don't know if actors have a mouse over, but I think they probably do. Maybe they have a mouse over event. Yeah, there is a cursor over, on begin cursor over. There is on the plane, not obviously on the, yeah. So we could try to have on component, on begin cursor over and try to print something. Let's see. Print hello. If I click on it, it says hello. Why if I click on it, it says hello? I think it's based on the other implementation. If I click on it, it does cursor over. Because here we could do, a get material, and then we could do set scalar parameter, whatever is the name, no? Set parameter, no? No? How was the thing? Get dynamic material instance, no. Get dynamic material, no. Get material. I think I could get the material. Do I need to create a new instance of it? And then set the parameters on it? Probably. I remember I did this already. I did this set scalar parameter value. And then, for example, I have emission. And I'm going 0, right? So when I click on it, I don't know if I have to reassign the material to this guy. Probably yes. I have probably to reassign the material that I created to this guy. Let me see what it does. No, it doesn't like it. Yeah, I can turn them off and on. So I can have a flip-flop. When I click, I turn them on and off. Yeah, is possible. I can add a new variable, which is this emission value. I can make it an integer or a float. We need a float. We need a float. And on my flip-flop, I can set it. And it can be, I don't know, 10 and 100 or 50, or was it 35? 35 and, you know, and then I can set this to, so like this, when I click on it, I can turn it on and off. We made a Christmas tree. Hey, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. I don't know, we made a Christmas tree. But I like it. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I like it. I think I start to like. I mean, if there is some interactivity, you know, if there is something that you do, I mean, you click on stuff and things are happening, I think it's nice. But if it's just, you know, I would like this thing to move a bit up and down. Can we have them go a bit up and down? If I go begin play, timer, something, and time a new event, custom event, float, and looping every 02 is flip-flop again. Flip-flop is so nice to use. And get, I don't know, get actor location, and I don't know, and z, and randomize in range, and -10 plus 10, and I don't need a flip-flop, and plus this. I just need to randomize the z, or I want to randomize the y. No, I also want to randomize the y. 100, no, 10 I did 10, okay. Plus, and then set actor location, sweep. I think sweep is moving slowly. No, probably not. and then we keep the X, we randomize the Y, and we randomize the Z. Ah, but this will go. If I do like this, they will go out of the screen, I think, because instead getting the, I should store the original location somewhere in the begin play, otherwise I'm fucked. They will go, well, let's do it just for fun, but this will go like forever. They can go out of the screen at the moment. If I do it like this, they may go out of the screen. Every 0.2 seconds seems to be too much. I don't know. Every 0.5 seconds. I don't know. Go. It's Christmas time. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. We made a Christmas tree, boys. Why they are not going places? I was expecting that they could go places. Like they are randomizing in a way that they never go the same way. I mean, the randomizer is so smart. I mean, in theory, they could really go places. Like, is getting the last position is randomizing again. So they are mixing up, you know. Yeah. In fact, someone like this word is like going wherever he wants. I can still click on them, by the way. They are living actors, so the problem is that they are not moving smoothly. They are just moving, you know. You know, these two actors, for example, are becoming friends and they're going on top of each other. Okay, I think we played enough. I don't know. Do you have other ideas? What we can do with this thing? What can we do with this thing? I mean, we have these symbols. We can click on one and move it here and make it. You know, we can have a position which is like the selected position, and when you select it, yes, it shows the text, and he highlights it. And I don't know what else. I'm thinking, but I have no better ideas. I think I have to pause a bit and think about it, and maybe a genius idea will hit me. You know, of what we can do. I mean, I can have this guy follow a spline, right? So when I click on it, if I change this spline to be, can I click on this spline? If this spline is located, if this spline, it's not easy to move things in 3D, huh? It looks like it's there, but it's not there. Okay, now it's there. So if I have my spline, that is the main spline, right? Which goes like this, and like this. Come on. Okay, so we can do that when you click it, it follows the spline. Yeah, like you can have some similarity with the other screen, is what you're saying. Yeah, it could have some. Yeah, because it could have similarity with the other screen, so they could still follow this spline. Or So to have this guy follow the spline when I click, I don't know if it's that easy. Yeah, but I think it's that easy because we have the code already. So let me remove this timer event for a second. Otherwise, they will move while sweeping, while following the spline. But when I click on it, I can ask them to follow the spline. Now the spline, where the freaking hell is the spline? All the logic is inside my life choice, right? So I need to have a variable here, which is my life choice manager, which is of type life choice manager. And I need to initialize this variable at the beginning, like I did here. Yes, in fact, there was a reason why I did that. So, what was this? Was here? Set life choice UI target. Set life choice. No, there was set life choice manager. Oh no, I was getting it from the player controller. Okay. I was getting it from the player controller, so I don't need this. I just get in the player controller, so I get player controller whatever. I cast to my player controller, and then I get my life manager, get life choice whatever, and I already have the spline, so I can just use follow spline. No, follow the spline was not in this class, huh? Holy moly. Where was it? Well, I think it was in life choice. Follow the spline. So building the spline was there, but following the spline was in this object. Well, we can move it. Yeah, follow spline was here. I can copy this whole thing. It's no problem. Which, by the way, was pretty easy because it was just this. All the rest was the returning to the original category. So in reality, it's nothing. I just need to copy this one. I just need to copy this and and this. Yeah. I need to copy this. Okay, so I think we can do this. We can put it in a follow spline here as well. So there can be a function. I think it needs to be in the main event graph because they cannot do, I don't know why, but they cannot do a timer, no, a time function inside a function. I don't know why. So we need to have an event. It cannot be, so it will be called follow spline, and we can copy the whole thing here. You cannot have a timeline inside a function for whatever reason. This one I hope is identical. Yes, it's identical. And we just have this. Now target spline. Yes, we need to have the spline as an input. Spline. And this one has to be a spline operation, spline object. If I can type it. PS spline. Yes, PS spline. It has to be a PS spline. Is getting the spline of the object PS spline. And that's it. Then they should work already, I think. So if we now try to call follow spline inside our object, where was I? I don't know. We were inside, we were here. So we don't need our player controller anymore. So we just call follow spline. The point is that I need a reference to my spline. So I think we set it on. Yes. That's why I need that, because I have it on this. If I do get main spline, okay. This guy keeps the reference to my to the spline. Follow spline. I don't know what will happen, but if it works, we are lucky. Yes, it works. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Obviously, I can do it for all of them. And now it's not starting, from the point. It's just starting always from there because I have to change the first spline point, but maybe I can have something like this. I can have a go and return. I can have I can have a file. So you click on one, it becomes more brighter, it becomes bigger, it goes here. Which, by the way, to make it bigger is very easy. I just modify the spline to make this thing, be closer to me. The closer I make it, so I don't even have to change the size of the object. Okay, that's too much. Nah. I think I exaggerated a bit. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that, boys. Programming for dummies. So we can have this, and then when we click it again, it goes back. Or maybe when I click on another one, they switch position. You like that, huh? So the one comes here. Obviously, the text will be updated. Oh my god, it's too bright. But anyway, if I click on it, it should go less bright. Yeah. So I can do that. When I click it, it goes back into place. I think we'll be okay. I mean, it's not very interactive, but I think it's interactive enough. But then we also need a choose button, because anyway, you will have to choose one, right? At a certain point, you will be bored of clicking, and so you will have a button here, which we also have to find a nice shape and form, which will say choose, right? Right? And when you click on choose, you will choose it. I think it's okay. Here the background is nice. I think here the background is kind of okay. I just have to make the spline, I just have to build the spline based on the positions. Okay, so I will have to start the spline and to send it back. But I think it's okay. I think we can do it like this. The other thing that we should consider is if we remove this. I don't know if I want to do it now, but the point is, what if we remove the background of we remove this image, right? And instead of this, we place our zodiac thing exactly the same like we did so if we place the sky in the same way, and we have our character in 3D like this, and GG. I don't know, I can think about it. What do you think about it? I mean, this UI is nice. It's very nice. It's all made of gold with all these nice, you know, drawings, and It's very nice. I love it, but you know, it's a bit old-fashioned and it doesn't really give the 3D view. I don't know, and it's not matching with the other things that are coming after. You know, the Zodiac one and the spheres. Anyway, I think I have to go. Yeah, we go. I think I will go to dinner now. We did a good stream anyway. What we did today. We basically merged the life choices, life events into the main project, which is great. And then we started to reason on this new functionality about the zodiacs and this new UI for zodiacs, which by the way comes before the life choices. Um, we need to think also if we want to have a way to go back and forth between those UIs. I don't know, probably yes, because the player may change his mind and want to go back. So, but yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it for today. I don't think tonight I would stream again, but I may decide to stream tomorrow if I have the time tomorrow evening or during the week. Okay. So for now, thank you for watching. It was nice having you. If you didn't do it yet, click on follow and subscribe and go to our Patreon and help us to develop the game. See you, boys!